As soon as YouTube catches up with us.
Yeah. It's one of the things I like about
We live, bitches.
running. There we go. I like through. Let's try this again. One of the things I like about running through OBS is that I can begin on a screen that is not connected to the microphone. Then I'll be able to mute a silent watch screen, and then I'll go. Well, you remember Sweetness when you were on a couple weeks ago?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hello YouTube.
What's up, YouTube?
We are live, and Doc Fearson has the night off, so he's with us tonight instead of just hanging out on the side.
Yay!
Yeah.
Greetings and salutations.
Moo! Yes, there is a kitty insistent upon gaining my attention here. It's a kitty. Kitty. I'll stick around for a while. I'm going to have to take off before the show ends because I've got to get to the blood draw place at the light of day. I've been putting this off for a month.
Was just testing?
There's a list of tests this guy wants. It's about as long as War and Peace. And basically what he's after, he's trying to narrow down the cause of the kidney disease. So he's looking for, let's see, serum albumin, comprehensive metabolic panel, magnesium, phosphorus, parathormone, and calcium, CBC platelets, etc. PT and PTT, whatever. Okay. Prothrombin and partial thromboplastin. Oh Lord. ANA with reflex, whatever that is. ANCA. Complement C3 and C4. Immunofixation, electrophoresis. Free kappa lambda light chains. Immunofixation, urine. Oh yeah, this is going to be fun.
Sounds like it.
And he's telling me that if they don't figure out where the disease is coming from, then he's going to want me to have a kidney biopsy, which is going to be fun because that's that's going to involve anesthesia, and I don't have anybody to babysit me. They're not going to let me go home while I'm still
Yeah.
So they're not going to let me start. This is where.
Well, what they'll do is they'll put you in like a waiting area, essentially. It's like a waiting room with a recliner. And you just sit there with the TV until it wears off. They usually keep you for like an hour or two to check in on you just to see how you're doing. And then after that, like, you can go. But that's in addition to, like, you know how after a procedure you already have a wait time that's like at least an hour or two when they stick you back there when you're coming out from the anesthesia?
Okay. Yeah, recovery.
Yeah, they just keep you longer, essentially.
It's interesting that they wouldn't let me do that for the Marty, my previous GP, wanted me to have an anal probe. He was after me to have an anal probe. And the reason I couldn't have it is because I had nobody to take me home from the hospital because there was going to be anesthesia involved, all this other shit. And they offered no option that of the type that you're describing.
That sucks. Yeah, some doctors are, for whatever reason, they're hardcore against it, which I don't understand why. I mean, maybe it's just me. I don't know. You're talking to the person that is opiate resistant and can barely get put under, so
Okay.
I come at it, pretty quickly if I go under at all. But I mean, I've babysat tons of people that, they went under and they were fine. As long as it was properly as long as they were monitored and it actually had worn off, they were totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
They had no issues whatsoever, and you can do that. You can do that in the stupid recliner.
I could have hired somebody to babysit me for a couple $100 I didn't have.
Oh,
So
jeez.
that wasn't happening.
Well, also, they might not be so strict on you if you tell them that you took the bus if you're not driving
True.
home.
Well,
True.
I told the other place, the other hospital, UPMC Shady Side, that I would be taking the bus down there, and could I get a cab and have the cab take me home? No, no, no. There has to be
Whoa.
somebody
What?
with you and all this. It's like, okay, then I can't have the anal probe. Sorry.
Oh, wow. That's
Marty and I went back and forth for
crazy.
10 years about that one.
Because I had to take a cab home from one of my appointments.
Yeah, the cab would have been, that would have been what, 20, $30, something like that. That would have been nothing like the cost of the babysitter.
Right.
So, that I could have handled. It would have been tight, but I could have handled it. Oh, boy, boy. I see that Neil's here. Hi, Neil, sweetie. Yay.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to. Oh my God, my computer's like flipping the hell out with all these notifications from people. I'm trying to get to fucking YouTube so that I can see the chitty chat.
And we've got Red Venture.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh,
Yay,
hey.
yay, 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 yay.
Hello.
How's everybody doing tonight?
Oh,
All
you'd
right,
be
your
busy
volume's
with
a
me
bit
back.
low. Can you increase it a little?
Yep, just a second. There you go. How do I sound now?
That's
I
better.
hear you really well.
You're 5x5. That's beautiful.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Good to go.
Neil, haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Apparently not around here because he didn't have a wrench, so I don't see how he could have been in my chest before and not gotten a wrench.
Oh, no, he was on Progressive Liberals channel a couple hours ago.
Oh, okay. I love Ethan. He's so awesome. I love him.
Hey, Neil.
No. Stop.
And Spooky and Atheist Rationale and Beelzebub and Wonder Lady.
Hey, everybody. But I can't see you yet
And
because my
Janji.
computer hates me.
So we got a good crowd tonight.
Yay!
Woohoo. Oh, Doc. Doc, what was your announcement?
Yeah, let's hear this.
I am transitioning into a clown.
Oh, okay. Well,
Oh,
I
okay.
wholeheartedly support
Taking a lot
your
of soul
decision.
searching, a little bit of therapy. No, I'm kidding. No, I managed to put a down payment on a vehicle, and I have wheels.
Yeah, let's hear this.
Doc has wheels, and house calls are on again.
All right.
Yay.
Excellent.
Now you've
Thank
taken
you for
it home
that joke,
already?
Neil.
You've taken it home already, I take it, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
it is home. It is a 2005 Chrysler Town and Country van. Pretty much everything works on it.
Pretty much.
Yeah, and it's in great condition. 142,000 miles.
Oh, that's
So,
only halfway to the moon. That's not bad.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I just get a little concerned when you say pretty much everything works. I hope
As-
the brakes work. I hope, right?
Yeah. I mean, as far as I can tell, I mean, I haven't like pushed every button, but the
Well-
automatic doors and everything work. So
On a vehicle more than 10 years old, if the automatic windows and doors are working, that's better than most of them.
Exactly. Oh, yay. Okay, finally, I got YouTube pulled up.
Okay,
What's
but Doc,
up,
you were saying that you've got it on a payment plan.
yep. they wanted 800 down, and it's 200 a month. So the payments are a bit hefty, but I think I can manage them. It's going to be a rough year, but I'm gonna keep the GoFundMe going for assistance on the payments.
Now, did you take a
Yes.
draw from the
But
GoFundMe yet, or
sorry,
did you take a draw from the GoFundMe yet, or
yeah,
you? Okay,
Yeah, it's
Yep.
definitely a good idea
Yeah,
to leave that
that's
up because I know that I know that Angie planned on continuing to, give it out, and so did I. So yeah, absolutely.
yep,
Okay, I just dropped the link in the side chat again. So if anybody's got a couple
cool,
bucks they can spare for Doc. But we don't want anybody hurting themselves either, so, if you're
right,
tight.
right. And people have given so much already. I am so grateful. I couldn't have done this without you guys.
hey, you're worth it, sweetness.
I hope
Well,
so.
there's people who helped me in the past that I
Oh,
can't find anymore, so I can't pay it back, you pay it forward.
there you go. I always like the idea of just paying it forward. I'm like, no, you don't have to pay it back. Just pay it forward. Hey, Spooky, what's up? Neil, AR, Yoho, hello. Oh, I see a bub. What's up, bub? Anywho, so
Now
what are
wait a
you
minute
lovely
here.
people doing tonight?
I'm looking at the side chat. AR, you're saying something about the Nazi clown world meme made specifically to disparage trans
Oh
people.
yeah.
I'm not sure I know what you're talking about.
It's on 4chan. It started okay. It's a meme that quote started as a joke, but it's one of those
They all
jokes
do.
that right. It's one of those jokes that it had intention. Like they did it with the intent to upset people, so that they could then make fun of them being upset. You see what I'm saying?
Uh huh. Uh huh.
And that's exactly what happened. And so, anyway, yeah, all you have to do is Google it. Google Clown World meme, and it's a very short. They have a part two also, but that came out like a month later. But it's a really short, like 1 2 minute, if that, uh, little short Nazi film.
Oh, it's a film. Okay. Okay.
Well, no, it's a meme, but it's a, you know what I mean, like animation. I meant. Um, Whoa, that person's up late at night. Why am I getting a notification? That's weird.
What's
Okay.
that?
I was just, I got a notification from somebody and I was like, what the hell? That's really late at night. Why am I getting a notification from you?
Okay. I was hearing notification tones from somewhere. I was wondering who they were coming from.
Yeah, that's my dumbass computer. I'm trying to get the volume to go away. Well, the volume is gone except for it won't turn off on the notifications and I don't know why. For some reason, the volume for those things seem to be separate.
Yeah, it's probably somewhere in your phone settings.
It's on my computer. My phone is just like me chatting with you
Yeah.
guys. I just have the phone open for, I mean, I have the computer open so that I can pop in and look at YouTube chat.
And we've got somebody new in the chat I don't recognize. Yoko Higabana?
Hello, Yoko. What's up?
So thanks for joining us. Why don't you try to introduce yourself in the side
We
chat
don't
there? I
bite.
don't know who that is.
Yeah.
Of course, online I always have the problem of it's like this may be somebody I was talking to yesterday using a different handle.
Oh, yeah, I know, right? That happens. That does happen.
I hear a
Tree
kitty.
is in the side chat.
Meow.
I think my cat is trying to talk to Sylvia. Solo and Sylvia sitting in a tree.
Oh, Samson's going to get jealous.
Well, I guess it would.
He's laying on my leg, but
somebody
every
sitting
time
in a
Sylvia
tree.
mews, yeah, every time Sylvia mews, he looks up at the screen. I think he's got a crush on her. Probably because she's the only female who hasn't tried to bully him yet.
Aw.
Oh,
Tria, what's up, Tria?
yay.
I hadn't seen you in a little bit. Well, I saw you last week. What am I talking about? But hello again. Oh my goodness, I hate my phone. Well, that's not true. I don't hate my phone. I just hate the fact that it's dying. Anyway, so what exciting things have you guys got going on? Exciting stories, exciting loves,
Well,
exciting
Yoko, it better be gender
fantasies.
friendly around here.
Uh, what's going on in the chat now? So
Yeah, it's not gender friendly around here. I got
um,
problems.
okay, so I have a question.
I
Since
get all the answers. What do you need?
a
I've got
lot
lots
of
of answers.
you,
I just can't say it'll be at all relevant to your question.
There you
that's
go.
fair. Since a lot of you, at the very least, like know of his content or see something. All right. So who all saw, or whether it was Twitter or YouTube, who saw the thing from Jimmy, Mr. Atheist, um, about questioning whether or not we should add people that send unsolicited photos of their genitals to the sex offender registry, or, and I will give him a brownie point, kinda, more like a crumb. I'll give him a crumb for the fact that he actually did say, or setting up something completely different, that would like allow you to block them from social media or something like that. So, I mean, he gets a little extra credit, I guess, for thinking. But anyway, so yeah, what do you think about that? Because I have thoughts.
I
I
saw
have
a
lots of
reference to
thoughts.
it.
I
I
really,
haven't seen it. I have to go actually watch that film.
yeah.
Yeah, I haven't watched Jimmy's, but some other people were talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And, yep, we had somebody there and they lost him already. Um, but I don't know. To me, I don't see if it's somebody who's not expecting it, isn't that the same as a guy, unzipping himself in public?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
It's in that category, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, I would definitely equate it to indecent exposure level. Um,
Yeah,
but
I don't
here's
know.
my issue: the sex offender registry is a fucking mess right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We can't even fix what we have. We have 16 and 14-year-old children who got prosecuted for having their own naked photos on their own devices, and they were prosecuted for their own child porn.
Yeah,
So, and they're on the
absolutely.
sex registry. And then when they
okay.
turn 18, if, depending on if they shared it, depending on all these different things, after they turn 18, they get to stay on there.
I hadn't
Um,
heard about that.
do you know if anything has
Yeah.
ever happened with at least one instance where a minor was classified as both a perpetrator and a victim
Yep.
in the same offense?
Yep.
I mean, do you know if anything's come of it or anything like that? I know of one. I don't know if there are any more.
The last I heard, any God, now I wish I remember that person's name so I could. I don't know. I might just do some digging later and see if I can find the story again. But the last I heard, they were fighting the state on the charges. They had been convicted. So like that was a done deal. It was just a matter of like literally appealing it to a higher court to try and get a God, my brain. What's that called whenever they absolve your record? Like when they wipe it clean? Exoneration.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay, fine.
my brain. But yeah, they were just going through the process of trying to get an exoneration for the conviction of the pornography. But I know that they were also in a uh, at the time of that I watched the documentary, they were in therapy at the time, simply for the like amount of trauma that they underwent, not only from their pictures being shared without their consent, but on top of that, from having to go through this entire court process and be prosecuted and then be labeled as a sex offender and all that jazz.
Okay, then.
And they did have like I think they had 2 suicide attempts, one in custody. Yeah. Like it was a sad story. I was bawling my eyes out.
Yeah, I'm not getting anything on a search of sex offender victim and perpetrator simultaneously. I'd have to do some more looking. 'Cause
Yeah,
the
they
one I
typically
remember was
don't
several years
tell
ago.
you if
Yeah.
they like in the if you're a predator, they don't tell you if you're also been a victim. Um but it's so weird like the way that they so just like the entire system, it's so weird the way that we do it, right? And like I said, we haven't found a way to fix that yet, which we really need to fucking get on that because it's kind of important. Um, but because you have the fact of things being the way they are, where we have kids getting prosecuted for their own pornography pictures, because you have situations where somebody that went outside in their backyard and took, you know, 2 steps too far while taking a piss drunk and ended up in their neighbor's, yard or on their neighbor's technical line of property, and the neighbor saw them. Now they're a sex offender, uh, temporarily at least, for lewd and indecent exposure.
Yeah,
And then if
actually,
there's
that
a
doesn't
kid
even.
around, that makes it 5 times worse. You're never getting off if there was a kid that saw you do that. So we have all these tiny things that context matters, right? Intent matters. And when you group those people, and I'm just listing just a very tiny few off the tippy top of my sleepy brain, but when you combine those people I just listed with the real predators in society, the rapists, the pedophiles, the monsters that stalk people, that learn your routine, that watch your behavior, that you don't know are there, that are waiting to take advantage of you, I don't think that's okay. And then when you want to introduce another element to make it even more confusing, and say, hey, we have this problem of people sending, unsolicited genital pics everywhere. So I think that we should put them on the sex offender registry. No. I totally agree if there's a way to like categorize it somehow in like a social media format so that, all those usernames can be blocked or, whatever. Okay, cool. I'm totally down for it, but not leave the sex offender registry out of it.
Well, I think the sex offender registry needs to have something to indicate levels of offense
Well,
and
they
not treat
do.
them
It's
all the
just
same.
not
Because, like you
right.
say, taking a piss in public as opposed to,
Hmm.
raping a 10-year-old. That's
Yeah, I have
totally
a feeling
different.
that
Yeah.
Exactly. And I have
that
a friend that got on the registry for just that. I was with him. We were at a bar, came home. He had to pee. He was a little too drunk. He's like, I'm going to go pee on this tree. And, suddenly there was nobody around. And then suddenly, some people came out from around the corner and that was it.
yeah, I have a feeling this was something that got started with a good intent, but
Hmm.
the
Oh, yeah.
execution is fucked. If you'll excuse the
Yeah.
pun.
Oh, absolutely. I like your fun. No, the I have no doubt the intent, especially like because I watched his video about asking about it, but I have no doubt the intent is coming from a really good and positive place. Um, I just think that it's a really like as somebody that's seen not all of it, but some of like the dark side uh, of the registry situation because it's
Oh
so
my.
messed up and fucked up. Like I said, adding another element is not going to help anybody.
Okay. Red
Red,
Vector's saying he's having an issue with StreamYard picking up his mic.
gee, I don't know
Anybody know any
anybody
way to
who's had a
help him?
problem like that. Yeah, Red,
Um, are
Silver,
you? Yeah.
yeah, you finally had to use an external mic, right, Lena?
Yes, I did. Are you on a computer or are you on a phone, my dear? If you're on a like a laptop and you're trying to use the internal mic of your laptop, for me, and I don't know why, I still haven't been able to figure it out. I actually had to plug my external mic into my computer, and then it worked. For whatever reason, on StreamYard, it will not pick up the internal mic of my computer.
Oh my, then there were three.
Oh, uh-oh. And then there were three. What
I
happened?
expect Doc will be back.
You think you want to go help, Red?
I don't know. I'm not even sure where Red lives.
Well, I mean, I didn't mean like. eh,
Yeah, no,
Oh my gosh.
no.
It's silly. Okay, now what are you talking about helping him with then? I mean, I was just like talking about mic issues, but you're talking
There's
about where he
Doc.
lives. I can make a whole. Never
Yeah,
mind. I'm
whoops,
not
I
gonna do
picked
the
up my
mic thing.
phone and it accidentally hit the leave button because it's
What the
reality is
heck?
not designed for me.
It's
Oh,
one of the reasons I hate the smartphones and I hate touch screens. I
I
Yeah,
can't.
know.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can never pick
I'm
the
with
thing
you
up without
there.
it activating something I didn't want it to
yep,
do.
Okay,
that
so
is my issue.
you do have an external mic plugged in. Was it not picking you up with that?
Uh
Or
oh.
did you plug that in after it wasn't picking you up? Because my first thought would be to toggle, would be to reverse the situation, whatever it is. And if you have the
Yeah.
external in and it's not working, we'll pull it and see what happens, or the other way around. And if it doesn't work on both, okay, we got a problem here. But
Well, Red, why don't you try to come in
Whoa.
again? Because I'm wondering if you would come in and I didn't get a chance to click on you, you wouldn't have come through right away.
That's true. Yeah, because if you're backstage, they can't hear you until somebody clicks on you.
Yeah, and the way the StreamYard screen layout is, I only see the top four people
Yeah.
unless it shows me the scroll bar, which is usually covered up by the pop-up chat.
Isn't that annoying? It's like, seriously, I can't see who's in my own stream. Wow. Uh, oh my God. Faye, That's creepy as fuck. And I'm so sorry. Shit. Yeah, that's creepy fucking shit.
What the hell, man?
Yeah,
I
that's
Uh,
hope that person is in jail or something.
yeah, it's a little weird.
well. I mean, yeah, people are exhibitionists, but yeah, if you're doing that where anybody walking by can see,
Well, and plus, like, there's nothing wrong with being an exhibitionist, just like there's nothing wrong with being a voyeur. But
Yeah, but
you
there's
have to
the whole
do it in the
consent thing.
right context. Exactly. You have to do it in the right context of consent.
Now I
You
know that for some
find
people,
people that want to watch you, you find people that want to be watched, and there you go. There's your people.
I mean,
exactly.
I've been watched before years and years ago. It was no big thing. Uh, on the other hand, were it in a situation where somebody was looking through the window and I wasn't intending that this be the case, that would have been a problem. Yeah, I mean the point where I was watched years and years ago, the person doing the watching was in the same room with us. And we both know he was there, and it's like, okay, if you're getting off on this, that's fine. But had it been another type of circumstance, no, that would not have been good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
and that's why we have group parties. It's
Mm-hmm.
when I lived in Minnesota, one couple that came to the party, the guy was strictly monogamous, but he was fine with coming to the party and watching his wife play with other people.
Okay.
No. I well, I mean, I never swung, but I was watched quite a lot when I was younger. Um, it I don't know. I'm not an exhibitionist like at all. So I just pretended like they weren't there.
Yeah, that I know that feeling. Yeah.
But now it's like that weird feeling of like whenever I go home, I'm like, there's like a bunch of people like in my hometown that have totally seen me have sex. Like, are they gonna like be like, "Yo, you're that crazy chick"?
For me, I'm not an exhibitionist as such, but it's kind of situational.
Oh, who the hell was it? Were you in on that conversation, Lena? There was it a Twitter conversation or maybe a live stream? Somebody brought up, have you ever run into an old friend while having sex in public? And it's amazing how many people answered yes.
Okay,
And I mean, on many levels, this is an interesting proposal here.
okay, Reddit's definitely having a problem here because he's
Oh,
trying to
darn
come in and it's saying device not connected, so I can't even click him in.
Oh no!
So his computer is not recognizing that the microphone's even plugged in,
Oh no!
or at least StreamYard's isn't.
Well, I do know that I have had that problem both on the computer and on the phone, and from as much as I can tell so far, it's almost always emphasis on almost. It's almost always StreamYard because you get a little thing that says if you're on a computer, you get a little thing saying it's like the beta tester thing, and if you're on your mobile, you get a notification saying that the mobile device is thing is currently under, what do they say, under something, like that they're actually like creating it, so it's in testing phase as well.
Yeah,
So sometimes it works on the computer fine and it doesn't work on my phone. Other times it works on my phone but it's a little spotty.
yeah,
But I've only had, I think, two times. I've only had two times now where it didn't work directly from the computer. And both those times, what I ended up doing was I exited out of StreamYard, and I restarted the computer, and then got back in using the link, and then it I don't know what, it acted like I was a whole new person. I was like, oh, hi, welcome. And it let me in. So you could try that. I'm not guaranteeing it
Yeah.
will work, but I will cross my fingers and hope.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do think that StreamYards is basically just a beta test version. I think they rushed it to market before they were ready.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I thought it had a beta on the watermark that I don't see anymore. I mean, just recently, I thought there was, beta stamp across that duck's head.
Well, I
I
think
don't
there
know.
actually is a beta version you can download. I think there's more than one version available for download if you want to try it, but
Yeah, there's like the pay for option. The mobile option is definitely still beta. Um, I feel like Jesse Lee Peterson. Beta. Beta. I hate that dude so much. Like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, I just want to smack him upside the head. Do you think that would help? I mean, at this stage in his development, it couldn't hurt, right?
I'm actually kind of concerned about that guy. I think he has some kind of, mental issues or learning disorder.
I could not agree
Wait a
more.
minute, wait a minute. My attention was diverted. Which guy?
Jesse Lee
Uh,
Peterson,
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Um,
the dude that's like, "Do
Boo!
you love black people? Do
Yeah,
you love black people?" That dude.
he seriously acts like he actually has, some problems.
Yeah. He talks about how racism isn't and was never real. He talks about how black
Mhm.
people were never oppressed in any shape, way, or form, and how slavery was good for the African American community. He calls, you're going to love this. He calls Donald Trump the great white hope. And
Yeah,
I
insanity.
know, I know. Right. Like, you, at the very least, like, don't allow him to have any of your ad money, but like at the very least, plenty of people cover him. Either go to their shows or go to his and just like skip the ads or whatever. But you have to check out at least like some of the debates he's done. What he's Okay, David Pakman has had him on. He's talked to Kyle Kalinske from Secular Talk. He's talked to Destiny. He's talked to. I'm trying to think else who else he's talked to. He's talked to someone, I can't remember who, from TYT. I want to say it was Hassan Piker, but all of those people are like left YouTube, and it's so weird. Oh, he also did a thing with Hugo and Jake, but like the way he debates, he just bashes you with the same illogical question over and over and over. And then like when you try to like tell him, I'm not answering your question because I reject the premise of the question, he's like, that's not an answer. And so hence the reason he's like, do you love black people? Do you love all black people? Why don't you love all black people? Why do you love all black people? I don't love all black people. And I'm like, well, dude, what is wrong with you? He is insane. And he scares me a lot.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of toxic rhetoric going around.
I know. It's uh, it's bad. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm just looking at chat. Bob, yeah, he's talked to Jacqueline Glenn too. I totally forgot about that. Um, what did I miss? Yoko, yeah, we all laugh out loud because,
Yeah.
calling anybody the Great White Hope is funny. It just is.
Hmm. Well, Trump is the great white hope in the sense that he's not at all white, and he pretty much devours hope like a black hole.
Yeah.
If you redefine white and hope.
Oh my goodness.
Gotta admit, he's a great disaster.
This is very true. I am a dumbass.
Huh?
I said I am a dumbass.
Yeah, that
I
just didn't process, so you need to explain.
I'm looking at chat through YouTube and I was like, wait, I thought there was like a way to like side chat and shit. I'm confused. And so anyway, I was like, oh, wait a minute. I'm literally watching on YouTube. I'm not watching through StreamYard. I'm just
Hmm.
talking through StreamYard. Derpy derp. So I'm trying to find my damn Twitter. Where'd Twitter go?
Well, to be fair, Faye, this isn't the first time that the U.S. or somebody in the U.S. government has wanted to buy Greenland. I believe it was 1946 or 1948. Harry Truman advanced the possibility, and Denmark wasn't going to sell. So I
Mm,
mean, just for the proposition of buying Greenland alone, that's not so crazy as far as Trump is concerned. When added to everything else that Trump is doing and trying to do,
I
it may be a little more crazy. But um, I
Maybe
guess
we
that,
can maybe we could convince Trump that he could get a much better deal buying Puerto Rico.
there you
yeah,
go.
make the payment directly to the Puerto Ricans.
You know what the biggest problem with, well, not the biggest, but one of the larger issues with Mr. Trump, I
Yeah,
find, well,
Tony.
I almost, just this week anyway, not in totality, just, well, actually, no, it does actually tie in to the bigger picture. I had the largest dose of irony. I literally almost died from an irony overdose this week because I saw that Trump wants to enact red flag gun laws starting January 1st. And by the way, this is not popular with anybody. It's definitely not popular with his base. His base is actually arguing that he's not even serious about it and doesn't want to do it. And I completely disagree. And here's why. Those law I've always said from day one that if Trump was in office long enough, it was only a matter of time until he declared martial law. Because all he cares about is power. He doesn't care about anyone. He doesn't care about people. He doesn't care about this country. He cares about power. So if you want to enact martial law,
Yeah.
a good way to do that is to disarm your citizens. And a good way to disarm your citizens is to enact a law that is known to be very misused and abused, which allows the cops to literally swat you bang your door in and take your weapon with no due process. But
Yeah, and
yet,
unfortunately, that's
he's
not just Trump.
against.
There are enough people
Right.
in Congress who would back that up.
Oh, yeah, for the Republicans, yeah. But, like, just to suck his dick. But, like, and that's the problem is, like, if he really cared about people, and this is what people need to think about. If the man gave two shits about people or mass shootings or any of this that's happening, if he gave a shit about this country, he wouldn't be doing this big talk and, macho man bullshit talking about his red flag laws. Okay. He wouldn't be doing that. He would be doing what everyone, including Republicans, have asked him to do from the beginning, which is sit down and help them so that they can pass comprehensive gun reform, allowing people, making it to where you have to obtain a license, where we have universal background checks, where you have to have mandatory safety training. These are very basic things that literally over 90% of all Americans are in favor of. America has never agreed on anything in the history of America that much,
Okay, we've got a question in the chat to explain what red flag gun laws are.
with the exception of
Oh,
pot.
okay. Yeah, I just looked it up.
Okay,
Say
go
again.
ahead and read it.
Yeah, here in the
It's
U.S., a red flag gun law allows police or family members to petition the court to have firearms temporarily removed from someone they feel might use them to violent ends.
and they
Yeah,
actually do have them in Colorado. They
Um,
just aren't enforced,
yeah.
even
So
in
it's the
their
idea.
Republican districts. The sheriffs in the Republican districts of Colorado don't enforce these laws, very rare, like if ever. And the reason is number one, because they can be easily misused and abused.
yeah,
But number two, because it's unconstitutional and they don't want to be a part of it. Because, and Trump was directly asked this question on TV by a reporter on film. The reporter asked, well, would you allow them, to keep their weapon or to get it back after, everything was okay, while they're waiting on a court date? And and they brought up the fact that because if you don't, you're not allowing them due process. Trump's response was, well, the courts, you wait so long because the courts take forever, and you never know what could happen. I'd rather just take them now.
yeah.
Take the gun, take it now. So I find it incredibly ironic that for 8 fucking years we had to listen to everybody bitch, moan, and whine about how Obama's coming for your guns. Oh my. And nothing happened. Now we have a wannabe dictator in charge that literally wants to come for your guns, and you don't care.
Well, it's a matter of who wants the guns and why. Uh, you know, Trump wants the firearms to disarm those who disagree with far right. So that's great. That's not a problem. They're all for that. But if there's anything in there about due process or anything, no, that's a bad word. Due process. We don't want to hear about due process. And this is where me of all people, opposed the red flag laws mainly
Yep,
because of the violation of due process.
same. Well, I don't like them because they're written in such a way that almost anybody can report you for anything. Somebody can just be mad at you on the internet,
Yep.
make an anonymous tip and say, "Hey, I know this crazy person and I know they have a weapon in their home." And next minute, you know, the cops are busting down your door. And
Yeah.
typically when the cops bust in doors, someone dies. I'm just saying.
Now, this is the interesting thing. I cannot, or I am not allowed to own a firearm by virtue of where I live.
Oh, wow.
Section 8.
Yeah. I didn't know that that was
Hmm.
I didn't know that that was a
No, I didn't know that Section
disqualifying
8 had
thing.
a ruling about
Yeah,
that.
I didn't either.
At least the last two residences I've been in, this one included, allegedly because of the status of Section 8. No, we haven't been allowed to do firearms. Um, Now, I'm rather happy that most of the residents here don't have firearms. Otherwise, there might have been a lot of loud noises around here. But I mean, still, I don't like that as a general idea.
Yeah. Oh, Bud pointed out something did happen. Obama allowed more gun regulations than any other president to expire. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. I meant nothing happened in the sense that he did not come for your guns. Whereas now we have a dictator that literally does want to come for your guns and nobody cares.
Yeah,
No, because they don't believe that he's going to come for the white
Right.
redneck guns.
Well, that
And they're
and
probably right that it'll be selectively enforced in the minority communities.
oh yeah, you bet your ass, absolutely. I also think that for whatever fucking reason, everybody, okay, ever so often on social media, I'll post one sentence. This is not normal. That's it. Nothing else. I've been doing it since the election. The reason why? This isn't normal. I'm sick and fucking tired of people thinking somehow this is normal. I'm so tired of people normalizing it. I'm so tired of people acting like this is somehow fucking acceptable. We are literally measuring the the racism from of our president. The bar has been lowered so low that it's a question of uh well, at least he, condemned Nazis, right? Or not Nazis, white supremacists, right? No.
he's
He
a
he
bit.
never he never condemned them. Oh. Well, he hasn't had said the N-word, so it's okay. Like, what the what in the actual hell are we doing? It's absurd. But I mean Trump has just he has destroyed this country in so many ways. It's actually kind of terrifying to think about. But hopefully we can get his ass out. But uh with some people it's a struggle. I literally don't understand how anyone can think he's a good president.
The people who think he's a good president are people who are just like him.
See, I thought that too, but I mean, I know people that think he's a good president and they're not like Trump. I don't understand what's going on. I'm just like, who are you? What is going on in your head? Do you have a tumor? Do we need to take you to the doctor? You okay?
Well, are they buying into the whole fear mongering thing? Are they buying into the
Uh
illegals are coming to
yeah.
take your job
It,
and
right.
whatever
It
else there
depends.
is?
Well,
Yeah, it
unfortunately, I think
depends
there's one
like
other factor is the people who voted for him and were loud about voting for him
mhm.
can't admit he's a bad president because then that's admitting they made a mistake. And too many people just will not ever admit in public they made a mistake.
I do agree with that. However, you would hope that when you see other people admitting to their mistakes, you would at least feel a little bit more comfortable coming forward and saying, "Okay, yeah, I made the same mistake too." Because since the election, thousands and thousands of people have come forward in one way or another. And, they've disavowed Trump when they used to support him. They voted for Trump. Now they don't want to vote for him again. They don't want to have anything to do with him. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people that voted for him purely on the basis of businessman, bringing back jobs, middle America. Like that's it. I know tons of people that voted for him just for those three reasons. My mother, by the way, believes in the immigration nonsense shit, which causes a problem. And then the other one of the other people that I know that I'm close to, they don't buy into it in the sense that they think that, like, they don't believe his rhetoric in terms of immigrants are coming to steal your jobs and like all this other nonsense, but they do believe that, like, whenever he talks about there being a border crisis, they do believe that there's a border crisis and that, like, Mexico is literally trying to invade the United States. And I'm like, that's not what's fucking happening. We're not They have a legal right to seek asylum, and we are not allowing them to seek asylum. And instead, we're sticking them in cages and keeping them there instead of giving them a goddamn court date. Like, that we America is breaking the law. We are literally guilty of war crimes.
Yep.
Does no one else see this?
I guess not.
It's
Yeah,
not the first
I agree.
example of him violating the
Oh,
War Crimes Act, and
oh
yeah,
yeah,
that's
no,
why he
not at
wants to
all.
bail out of the UN because
Mhm.
he is in violation in a number of UN agreements.
Oh yeah, they've already attempted to, like, get the US to, like, come and testify on the basis of, like, war crimes they're trying to charge us with. And we won't cooperate in any shape, way, or form. We just laugh at them, and Trump laughs at them, and no one talks to them, and no one communicates. No one does anything. But I totally agree, and that's an excellent point, because getting away from the EU absolutely brings him one step closer, a very large step, for that matter, brings him one step closer to more power, more dictatorship, and less rule by, the global stage.
I mean, this is where I would actually appreciate um, a um, a UN force coming to restore order here in the U.S. The unfortunate part
I
about it
know,
is
right?
U.S. troops are a considerable
I
part
know.
of the UN forces. We got a
Yeah,
problem there.
Hmm.
I believe that U.S. forces make up about 40% of the UN troops.
Yeah, definitely a majority.
Yeah, don't quote me on that. Well, I don't think we're quite a majority, but probably three times as much as any other country.
Well, I shouldn't put it majority. I should put what would you call it, a plurality or whatever it is. In other words, more than any other single nation.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hmm.
I think we put in about as much as the next three or four countries combined.
What sucks is that, like, back, okay, so, like, I've never liked Trump as a human. Like, ever since the first time I ever was introduced to the guy, on media or whatever, like, I've never been a fan, never cared for him, always thought he was weird and creepy and kind of gross. But whatever, I just didn't watch him.
Yeah.
But during the I would see interviews from time to time because, like, I had a family that did like him, so I was like, okay, whatever. But whenever he started mouthing off about, Obama and started the birther movement and all that crap, that's when I started paying attention to him again. And I said from day one, I I don't want this man to be my president. This is a terrible idea. I don't even think he wants to be president, which by every source that has been willing to come forward so far, that has been verified as true. They claim they didn't think they were going to win. They didn't know he was going to, like, they had no clue. He was not expecting it. Like, it was basically a PR stunt. That's it.
Yeah. And
His
he clearly
ratings were
had,
low. He was trying to get media attention. That was it.
yeah. And when he got elected, he clearly had no idea what the job involved.
Oh, absolutely. And like we all knew that, like every single one of us knew that. And
I
what,
think anybody who passed the fifth grade civics class knew more about how the federal government ran than he did.
right? Hell, the people the man hates know more about our government than he does. Immigrants know more about this country than he ever will. I can't stand him. But I hate the fact that so many people like what Tony said, like about thinking of like be amusing. Like he didn't think it would be the shit show that it is now, but like he did think that like maybe it would be amusing to see him in office. I can't tell you how many people I've met or that I know personally that had that literally same exact feeling and same exact reaction. And when I spoke to them before the election, I'm just like, oh my God, please don't vote for him. Like, for the love, like, just don't. You like this is a bad idea. If you want to quote flip the game board or whatever, that's great. I'm all for change. Fuck, I'm almost a communist, okay? But this is
Yeah.
not the way to get change. I'm telling you right now, he doesn't give a shit about you. He doesn't care about the country. He's going to change shit and not for the better.
Well,
We are going to be fucked.
this is what I was trying to tell people back in 16. A lot of the people on my list, my circle of friends, whatever you want to call it, were talking about burn it down. I've got
Yep.
a lot of radicals as friends, okay, and I kept trying to tell these people, look, if you're going to burn the house down, it's a really good idea to have somewhere else to live first. And
Exactly.
um, just they did not care, and the house is burning now. And where are we go? Where can we go? There's really no place for us to go. This is the unfortunate thing I just saw in the side chat. I sometimes I think about running to Canada, and
Mhm.
they have some very strict immigration laws. I would be
Yes.
told, and for any number of other reasons, they wouldn't want me. Um, but
Yeah, I've got the same thing. I don't think that Canada or Australia would take me at this point.
Yeah. I'm
If it
kind of
were
in
an
the
option, I
same
would have
boat.
moved to Canada a couple of years ago.
Oh yeah,
But
same.
then again, even if they would take me, I can't afford it.
yeah, there you go.
But
And
Well,
Bub
I
has
can't
a
afford it. They wouldn't
interesting
take
thing
me.
in the
And
side there. Bub was saying, I heard he ran to stick at 10BC because they were playing Gwen Stefani more than him. No idea if that's true or not. I don't know if it's true, but that's certainly a believable theory.
I know, right? I'm like,
this is
That's,
the
well, I
unfortunate
mean,
thing
yeah,
with Trump.
all
I
The
about
could
his
crazier
ego.
be
it is, the more believable it is.
right. And he's created this entire like culture of desensitized. It's just a joke. It doesn't matter. It's not
Yeah.
serious, no matter how serious it is, type of mentality.
Well,
Hmm.
I
Like
think a lot of the
we
Republicans
we
wanted him
knew
in.
Like
because they
we
figured if they
almost
put a clown in the
nuked.
White House, nobody would pay attention to what the Congress was doing.
Right.
But I
Oh
think a
yeah.
lot of them are realizing now that they got a lot more than they bargained for.
Mhm. I
Yeah,
couldn't agree
they didn't
more.
realize that they were putting a
Couldn't
loose
agree
cannon
more.
onto the deck.
Yeah.
Yep. I think they thought they could control him a lot better than,
Yeah, well,
obviously.
I think that they
And
thought
now
he
they're
would be too
flipping the fuck
stupid to
out.
actually do anything.
Right.
And I'm trying to remember where the hell I saw this. It may have been from somebody I usually don't regard as having anything intelligent to say, but this may have been one of the things. Uh, isn't that this whole Trump administration is a war against truth? Um,
Yes,
when you can,
it is.
when you can believe anything that comes out of, or how is it? When you cannot believe anything somebody says, eventually you can't believe anything. Let me
Yeah,
think of how this worked.
yeah, but
The
just to
crazier
discredit
the
the
stuff
media.
coming out of somebody's mouth, it comes to the point where you cannot believe anything. You do not believe anything.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when anything can slip in and anything can happen. And it is happening.
Yep.
So forgive my stumbling, please. It's
Oh
just
no,
trying to get
no
the
problem.
wording right because it was worded in a sort of a hairpin turn, if you will.
Right.
And what are you
But
doing, little one, climbing up
oh,
to the top of everything over there? Yeah, that's the ceiling.
it's
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Oh, she found a way to get
it's
to a
so
high place.
true.
Oh, yeah. She can. Well, you know the way my place is laid out. You know the desk nearest the wall that has the two
Yeah,
machines on it. She climbs up that and then gets on one of the speakers, and she can stick her nose onto the ceiling from there.
yeah. Yeah, Sammy's son manages to get on top of the refrigerator and get up on top of the kitchen cabinets.
Yeah. The problem is that when she gets tired of being up there and wants to get down, it's a little more difficult for her to get down than it is for her to get up.
Oops. Be right back. I gotta go feed my kitty. He's mad at me.
Yeah,
Yeah, Faye's got it. Yeah, she thinks many of us have a fair amount of apathy. And I think that may be the whole thing. It's when you are assaulted with the craziness, assaulted with the craziness. It keeps up, it keeps up. You finally just turn everything off. You don't give a shit anymore.
yeah.
And it's a really, really, really sad state. It's a bad state.
Well,
And
Trump
you're
got in
right,
because a
Faye.
third of the people were apathetic to begin with.
Yeah.
So it didn't take too much to push that to be the majority of the people.
And Faye's right here. Pence is 3 million times more dangerous than Trump. And yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. 'Cause
Yeah, because Pence would
yeah,
definitely push a religious agenda.
yeah, he's a dominionist, and a very thinly veiled one at that.
Dominionist, that's not a term that I've heard.
Oh, okay.
From context, I think I get you, but why don't you define it?
These are the Christians who want to take dominion of the world and basically run the world until Jesus comes back. It involves Levitical
Okay.
law. It involves all the bad things that you find in the Old Testament, um, coded into law.
Okay.
It's basically a theocratic dictatorship. Let me
Yeah,
look
like
it
an
up.
extreme
And
theocracy.
What I miss?
yeah,
We're talking about Pence now.
Yeah, he's a shitbag
okay,
too. But
here we
right now,
go.
I don't think that Pence is worse than Trump right now because Trump is literally a deranged toddler with dementia in the White House with the nuke
Yeah,
code.
the problem is that Trump's a deranged toddler. Pence is a competent and scary person.
There's the problem. Yes,
Yeah,
and then
absolutely.
from
No, it certainly is, two evils, but I think that you could actually reason and negotiate with Pence, I don't trust anyone to be able or capable to reason and negotiate with Trump, because you cannot reason with madness. He
Well,
is
no, and I
completely
think that had already
illogical.
come out, and there was a lot of stuff in the Mueller report about that
Mm-hmm.
Trump was
Oh yeah,
trying to do things. It was only because people within the White House
exactly. They
either refused to or
sabotaged
just
him, and
pretended
then
to
they got
lose his
fired.
orders.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, I
And
went
a
to the
lot of them lost their job.
yeah I went to the font of all knowledge to make sure I got this right. Um, Dominion theology, also known as Dominionism, is a group of Christian political ideologies that seek to institute a nation governed by Christians based on their personal understandings of biblical law. Extensive rules and ways of achieving governing authority are varied. For example, one Dominion theology can include theonomy, and I'll come back to that, but does not necessarily involve advocating Mosaic law as the basis of government. The label is applied primarily toward groups of Christians in the U.S. Now, theonomy is a hypothetical Christian form of government in which society is ruled by divine law. Theonomists hold that divine law, including the judicial laws of the Old Testament, should be observed by modern societies. Yeah, okay, so hopefully I did get it pretty much right. And
Yuck.
Yeah.
not fun, not fun, not fun.
No.
Um,
We need to fucking Congress needs to do their goddamn job and impeach him. Like, I'm so sick and tired of this goddamn debate of, oh, well, what if he doesn't get removed? That's not up to you. That's the Senate's job. Fucking Bill
well,
Clinton was impeached, but he wasn't removed. Okay, that's not the issue at hand. I realize that even if he's impeached, most likely, uh, almost damn sure, the 2020 election is going to happen before he would ever actually physically be removed from office. I don't care. It's the principle of the matter. It is the
Yeah.
legality of the matter. The fact that you have a man in the White House that is so blatantly disrespecting it, breaking every law under the fucking sun, putting our military at risk, putting our entire goddamn country and every single person in it at risk, and you refuse to hold them accountable even a little, even if it's only in words. How dare you?
well, we've got a
Like
couple.
Pelosi, kiss my ass.
We've got a couple interesting comments in the side chat.
Mm-hmm.
One was by
Let me take a
Purple.
look.
To Wonder Lady, we need to get people to believe that will matter. Too many people in the U.S.
Oh,
are apathetic about voting. And then from Angie, if you want to do
that's true.
something, get out and make sure that people are registered to vote and get them out to the polls.
Yes.
Now, the problem I'm seeing is that I even find myself tending this way, and I have to stop myself. People, I think, are getting to the point where they think that nothing they do will matter,
Will matter. Yep.
and that
Same.
only further clears the road for the worst to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It does.
Um,
Because that's what happened, and that's exactly how he won in 2016.
Well, what I like to point out to people is that where I live, it's a town of about 3,000 people, and most elections we only get about 300 people voting. So if most of the
yeah,
people are that apathetic, that means my vote counts as 10 people.
yeah. It's pretty
Yep.
close to the same thing
That's
here.
true.
Um, Let me. I think we've got more than 3,000 people here, but it's a frightfully small number. Let me look this up.
Let me see. Oh, Bob, okay, so two things. Number one, I completely agree in the sense of like, well, in the sense of your statement, I completely agree impeachment is not enough. I do believe that he should be removed and prosecuted. I'm just saying I accept the reality that most likely the time, because they move so fucking slowly, the time frame in which those things would occur would most likely not happen before the election. So all I'm asking for is for Congress, because all Congress has to do is say, we impeach and vote. That's it. I just
Well,
Yeah.
want Congress to
un,
impeach him and then the rest happens. But as soon as he's out of office, whether it be by removal or whether it be, someone else is voted in, as soon as he's out of office, he can, and to all accounts, it seems will be prosecuted.
Well,
And
there's
I
one of the
very much look forward to that day.
there's one of the reasons we've got to be really, really careful. We've got to be really vigilant here. There are already the statements he makes that make it sound like he's not going to be all that willing to leave office. Um,
I mean,
and
yeah.
this may be a problem. He's
Oh,
he's got
mhm.
enough crazies behind him, mostly in the Senate, where there is a very slim chance that he could get away with a coup. And I'm really concerned about this.
I
Uh,
think that I do think that, he would have a hissy fit and a temper tantrum and try to make a news circus because as much as he says he
yeah.
hates the quote fake news, Trump loves the news. We all know that. He wants coverage anytime he can get it, he wants it. He would try to make it into a media spectacle. He would try to have the cameras there. But ultimately what would end up happening is the US military and the armed services, the Pentagon would literally physically remove him if he just refused to go.
I could only hope. Um, at this point, as I say, it concerns me that I begin to think this way. It concerns me that as much as has gone on already,
Yeah.
we haven't seen the worst yet. Um,
Yeah.
No, we
Well, and
haven't.
while I agree in principle that
Which
he
sucks.
should be impeached, I think that starting, the impeachment process might be a bad thing
They already
because it
started.
might just fortify his base in time for the next election.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They already started.
Yeah, but I mean, if the press starts making a lot of news about it, it I really think that it's just going to fortify his base because it feeds into his prosecution narrative about, how white people are being picked on by the minorities.
I don't think that you can not do what's right just out of fear, especially fear of losing. Because number one, I don't think that something like that is actually, unlike the Democrats, I don't believe something like that would actually cost them the election. What's going to cost them the election is if they choose a goddamn moderate over an actual progressive. That's what's going to cost them the election.
oh, right. I am very, very much in favor of. I know people don't want to hear me say this. Of perhaps Bernie, perhaps
Oh, I
Warren
want my
getting
Bernie.
the
Yep.
nomination. I mean,
Yeah.
those are the two people I can see
Same.
with the best chance
Mm-hmm.
of beating Trump in the general.
100%. And it's not just because they could like beat Trump. It's also because there's the beating Trump part, and then there's the practicality of, bringing stability and sanity back to the White House and back to America. And both of those candidates have very concise plans that they
Yeah.
have been developing for years because they both ran last time. Like they're on their shit. They know
Well,
what
no,
they're
Lauren
doing.
didn't run
They
last.
know where they're going. That's right. She started to, but she dropped out to
Yeah.
let Bernie be the front runner.
Um. No. Where the heck was I going with this? I forgot where I was going. Oh,
I'm
yeah. When Faye said Biden sucks ours. I totally agree, and I don't know about the numbers. Has anyone seen the polling numbers lately? Where Biden stands? I know he was the leader for the.
Trump and I mean not Trump. Biden and Bernie are currently tied. The last time I checked.
Okay,
Actually, what
this
I
is a,
saw was that after the last debate was that Biden had dropped and Bernie had picked up to the point that Bernie was 8 or 9 points ahead.
okay. This is a good thing then, because yeah,
Okay.
I knew that Biden was on the way down, that Bernie was on the way up, and if they are even, or if Bernie's 8 or 9 points ahead, to me this is a good thing. If he doesn't get screwed, maybe we've got a shot at this.
Yeah, well,
Remember,
Yeah.
say again.
the DNC puts so much on the New Hampshire primary that really, whoever's ahead going into the New Hampshire primary is going to make a big difference.
Yeah,
Guess who's ahead in New Hampshire right now?
I certainly hope it is Bernie.
Yep.
That's a good thing.
Is it by a significant amount, though, or is it only by 1 or 2 points?
I actually do not know that.
Now, keep in mind,
I
everyone.
don't know what the point systems are, but hopefully it's enough. But even if like let's just say they remain tied for the next month, okay, in theory. Even if they remain somewhat neck and neck for the next month, that's still good. That is a good sign because it brings him that much closer to getting the nomination instead of Joe. If they genuinely see, okay, you know what? Like, he's not just polling well, he's polling just as, if not better, than Joe. And if we go with Joe, it's basically like going with Hillary. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, they might, well, not might, they would be a fuckload more willing to actually, uh, to actually use that and pick him as the front runner versus fucking him over like they did last time. But what I'm worried about is I hate to sound like conspiratorial, but it's an issue that never got addressed and it's still a problem. I'm concerned about the Russian influence. We've
I'm
never dealt with
already
it.
I'm
Huh?
already seeing what looks to me like someone's influence in the Twitter stream and
Oh,
possibly the
yeah.
Facebook stream. A
Hmm.
lot of tweets coming out with really weird things that implicate the left, the Democrats
Hmm.
in bad things, that sort of thing. And
Yeah.
yeah, I get the impression that it's coming
And
from some nefarious
oh,
source.
they're still involved. I'm trying to remember the name of well, our own government has already verified that the Russians are still putting propaganda on Facebook, on Twitter, like in America media and social media, etc. Like they're still involved. And by the way, in our last election, the the FBI discovered that Russia attempted to hack all 50 states electorate
Oh
votes.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Now,
that's
Actually, what,
scary.
what I heard that was even more disturbing because it's more doable for them is that rather than even focusing on the states, Russia was hacking county elections
Mm-hmm.
because the counties do not have the resources to really defend against it.
Yeah. But
And yeah,
something.
if they could tamper with the county elections, in counties that have densely populated cities, they would only have to do that in 10 or 12 states.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now let's keep in mind here. Um,
And we
let's say we
agree.
do. Let's say we do see Trump voted out. Let's say he's indicted and maybe even convicted for some of the things he's done. It's not over. There's a lot more yet. There are a lot of
Oh yeah.
crazies in the Senate. I think you can see that.
Mm-hmm.
Still quite a few
Yep.
crazies in the House.
Mm-hmm.
State governments are dominated by crazies, and not only that,
Mm-hmm.
the electorate that is putting all these people in are
Needs to go.
totally off the nut. We
Yep.
need we need to fix things from the ground up, and unfortunately, it's going to take at best if we employ measures that I don't like to talk about because people don't like to hear it. Um, it might take a couple of generations. Um, if we did not employ said measures, it would take maybe longer than we have left on this planet due to climate change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
and people.
Unfortunately, Faye has a good point in the side chat
Yeah.
that we've been messing with other countries' elections for decades.
oh
We
yeah,
should expect them to do it to
Yeah.
us.
oh yeah,
I
absolutely, yeah,
completely agree. Um. Like it's disturbing, but I mean, this is why I've always said, ever since I was a child, before I could vote, I've always said, if you want change, vote in your fucking local election.
Yep.
Stop pretending like the president is like the end all be all of everything in society. Vote in your vote in your local elections, because that is where power comes from. Power comes from your mayor, your judge, your whoever the fuck, your governor. Those people get in positions of power, and then they climb up the ladder. They become, senators, congressmen. They become sitting judiciaries, etc. Like, they run for president. those are the people that those are the people that get the power. You need to vote in your local elections. But, America has willingly given up so much of its freedom, and it's really hard to get it back once you give it away.
yeah.
Yep.
But it can be
Um,
done.
what
You
really
know,
made me sad
can be done.
the last election here, the last general. Uh, my friend upstairs went with me. She wanted to vote finally. She had never voted before. Uh, and
Mm,
she didn't know what to do. She didn't know who to vote for. She's trying to ask me. Oh, well, she's trying to
oh
ask the keen
no.
attendant who to vote for, and of course he can't. And then
Oh,
she's
right.
trying to ask me, and I can't. Uh,
Oh, right.
the thing is, so many of the folks around here are like this. They are totally clueless when it comes to any of this. And it's mainly because they've got so many other things to worry about, like surviving,
Hmm.
that they really can't
Right.
look at the politics of the whole thing. And that's the way the politicians like it.
Oh, yeah.
That's
That's
one
why
of
they
the things
spend
we've got
so
to
much
fix.
money on these fucking ads. It's because you have people that don't have a lot of time, don't have a lot of money. They come home from a hard day of work, or, whatever they're doing. Or maybe they're in the hospital and they're watching TV, or they're on the internet and they see an ad. And so all they know from each political candidate is what they see in their ads. That's it. They don't know anything about their policies. They don't know anything about what they want to do. They just know what they see in the ads and in the slander, attack ads on the other candidates.
and they vote based off of that. I know that that's how my mother has voted almost her entire life. She's voted that way, and it scares the shit out of me. But Lord. But yeah, this is why I wish we had a system kind of like the UK where you weren't allowed to spend this much money. You know, like there's a cap, there's a limit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Everyone gets the same amount of money. It's a very small amount. You can't do television ads. You can only do, small little billboard thingies, local, like sign, like handheld sign type thing. You can go out and speak to the people, but that is your main job. You go out and speak to the people and you convince them face to face why the fuck they should vote for you. You don't make a $1 million television ad.
Well, this is, if I remember correctly, what the allocating $1 of your federal income tax toward an election fund was the beginning
Hmm.
of. I
Yep.
think it was the beginning of getting money out of politics that unfortunately was stopped dead in its tracks because
Hmm.
certain concerns didn't want it happening. Um,
Yep.
so
Of
it's
course they don't want it to happen. They like their big money interest groups and their NRA money with blood on it.
well, this is why it is now the case that corporations are people and money is speech. Yeah. Um,
Yep.
the more
Absolutely.
dollars you have, the louder you speak in one of those deals.
Hmm.
This is how it happened.
Yeah.
Oh man, you know, this is interesting. Purple and fade that you're talking about. I know somebody who had a perfect fix to the problem of golf courses and cemeteries. Unfortunately, he's no longer with us, and nobody really listened to him. But Mr. Carlin advocated turning golf courses into housing for the homeless. What? How the heck did he say?
That would be awesome.
If we built housing on all the golf courses, you'd have two Vermonts and a Rhode Island. I think is the way he put it, full of housing.
Two Rhode Islands and a Delaware.
Okay, okay, there you go. Um, and then I remember
And
years ago
Purple,
he
we
was
should just
also
start burning the bodies.
say again.
I was referencing the side chat they're having over there. I said we should just start burning the bodies. It's more economic that way. Just like it's good for the
yeah,
environment.
There
It's
are
more
some people.
environmentally sound.
There are some people looking into composting cadavers,
Yeah, that's a
which
Yeah.
thing.
sounds like it could be a good idea.
Well, I have read about something that, of course, most U.S. states won't approve of, which is basically putting the body in a biodegradable bag and putting
Yeah.
a sapling tree on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Um, I know that because I had a friend that wanted to do that, and they were like looking into the laws and stuff. Um, I don't know in what ways they've changed in the past few years since they were looking into it, but at the time, I know that there had been a recent change at that point where it was illegal in some states, but in a large number of states, it was legal as long as you had an autopsy to prove or something on record to prove that that body did not have any communicable diseases. And you also couldn't do it near a body of water. But as long as like those two things, for the most part, in a lot of places, not every place, but in a lot of places, it was legal as long as you didn't do it next to a body of water, and you allowed an autopsy to prove that the person, didn't have any illnesses that could be spread.
Okay, there's something atheist rationalist said here. There are millions of homeless people and about three times that number of vacant homes. We could just give homeless people empty homes. The problem with that is, at least in the neighborhoods I've most recently lived in,
Yeah,
there are
they're
a
falling
large
down.
number of vacant homes, and almost all of them are uninhabitable.
Mm-hmm.
They're in
Yeah.
various states
Although,
of disrepair, um,
yeah,
open to the elements, that whole thing, coming literally falling down. Uh,
yeah,
so you
we
can't
have
give
the same
somebody a home like
problem
that.
here.
No.
Well, and unfortunately,
My
as
my
home repair is my
childhood home fell
business,
down.
owning a house is an ongoing project.
Yeah,
So just giving someone a home, if they don't have the means to maintain it, is a very short term solution.
right.
Yeah. Although I will say, along that thought line, um, there are tons of studies that indicate that if we actually just housed every homeless person in America, whether it be a house, an apartment, what the fuck ever, doesn't matter. If we just housed every homeless person in America and paid for it, it would literally be cheaper than the way that we're dealing with our homeless population right now.
hmm Well,
Oh,
Faye,
yeah,
the
I
problem
believe that.
is, at least in the neighborhoods I lived in, the one, especially the one before this neighborhood, fixer upper is very kind. These homes are actually falling apart. Uh,
Yeah,
totally,
like our
there's no
family
fixing them. They're
house was
unsound.
quarantined. Like that's how bad it was. Like they had to quarantine the house. My
Yeah, there
You know, I
partner.
was.
saw somebody had tossed out a proposal. Hey, bub,
Hey, what's up,
and
Reed?
I don't think it was
Sweetness.
really, I think it was more a meme that somebody threw around, but with a little work
Bub.
about the idea of turning abandoned shopping malls into housing for homeless people.
Oh
That could be
wow.
interesting.
As they already have a food court which could be transformed into a cafeteria.
That would
As
be
long as
very
you could get that
interesting.
running,
It's a
yeah.
great idea.
You know,
One of the
and
things I've wondered is turning churches into house.
Bars.
I'm trying to wonder how to do that. Um, in another neighborhood I lived in, there were quite a few abandoned churches because the population left the neighborhood when the steel mills died. So the
yeah,
parish had lost congregants, if you will, and the churches had to close. Um, I just don't know how one would go about turning a Catholic church the size of a city block into effective living space.
yeah.
You
If
could
you're
do
talking
it.
the rather grand churches, I don't think that would be very practical.
No.
Most of them have kitchens and like they're all set because like they make the cracker crap for the communion
Yeah,
in the church usually. Um,
Mm, not at least not the Catholic Church. As far as I
really,
know,
mine did.
they're when I was an altar boy, um, we would get out. We would get um, the unleavened bread in these bulk bags.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
Yeah.
the Catholic Church, as far as I know, doesn't uh, make that in house.
yeah. That was true
Mm,
too with the Catholic Church that I was in the
I
70s.
wonder. I wonder how rare that is exactly. Because, like, the Catholic, I went to a Catholic school and we were, attached to a church, or we were also a Catholic church. And yeah, I used to, by the way, I used to break into the cathedral part, and
Hey, no.
that's where like me and my friends would like hang out and have all our good times. Um, that's literally like where I partied was the cathedral. Um, I'm a horrible influence on everyone. Anyway, but it was so much fun. But no, we got so hungry one night, and so we started like rummaging around, like all the places we were always forbidden to go. And yeah, we found a full kitchen, and we're like, "Holy shit, this is nice!" And like we anyway, we got into that. That was fun. But I wonder how like rare that is to have a kitchen in a Catholic church. Then
And see, I mean, okay, so the Catholic church I went to, there was the main building, obviously, and then there was a side building that was attached to the church. It didn't have a particularly big kitchen. I think the room I'm in might be roughly equal in size, and I'm not in a very big room. Um, you know, I don't even think there was a stove because they were afraid of someone catching the building on fire or something. So if it wasn't microwavable, you were kind of screwed. But yeah, I mean, shit, just crock pot.
Yep.
Most, I don't know if I
Crockpots
want
are
to say
awesome.
most Catholic churches, but a lot of them have that kind of side addition to the property. I don't think that's me crackling. I think that's someone else.
I thought that was someone typing.
Hang
But
on here. Where are we?
of course, it's Diana. Loud like this. Um,
Nope, not me. I muted my mic. We kept going.
I got no idea doing that
Jim
crackling.
I'll
Morgan
try.
isn't here, so it's not her.
But yeah, I mean those additions that a lot of Catholic churches have more than enough room
Okay, it's not
for
me.
uh, large gathering spaces. So plenty of room to feed people.
Yeah. Well, one of the
Oh yeah.
problems with the churches is, the side areas could be useful, but the main church itself are, usually very inefficient to heat to start with.
Yes.
As they having the high voltage ceilings and that, you have a lot of wasted space up above.
I was wondering if me muting my mic would take care of the crackling problem, and I kept hearing it after I hit the button. So nothing.
Same. I tried it twice now. Yeah, I still hear it. Oh well.
Yeah, I
Let's
don't know where
see.
it's coming
Okay.
from.
No, it's not me. I muted my mic twice and it's still cracky.
Well, I'm
I
not
do
hearing
not
it now.
know.
I'd been muted for a while, so I don't think it's me.
Yeah, I saw that your mic was muted, Doc.
Yeah. No, I don't think it's Doc.
Yeah, it's not me. I just muted it again.
I was hearing the stuff going on even while you were muted, so no, it's not you. Let me mute again and see if it is me somehow.
On the plus side, Kite. Focus.
Yep.
Aww. So cute. What's the kitty's name?
Jack.
No, I guess it is
Aw.
not me.
What's up, Jack?
Okay, so that's not Bob. It's not me.
Well,
It's
I'll
not
mute
Bob.
mine for a while and see if it.
Somebody talk.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe it is perp.
No,
Nope, there it is again.
No.
A little bit.
Because,
I
yeah.
don't know what the hell is going on here.
It's just in the
I wonder
system,
if
maybe.
it's streaming.
Yeah, it's got to be a problem with StreamYard because all of us have been
Because
muted.
I mean, they have so many issues.
Yeah,
One of
Let
the
me
Yeah,
try to
reasons
mute
I'm not
myself one
using
more time.
yeah, I'm
Hold on.
not thrilled with StreamYard, but I still can't get any OBS to work. So if somebody can offer me some other options, and
yeah,
unfortunately they have to be free ones because I don't have any money left.
yeah. I still need to learn how to use OBS because one, I don't want that damn watermark being plastered on any of my live streams that I do. And
Yeah.
two, I mean, StreamYard just has so many issues. It's just so bad, you know.
I'm pretty sure it's this that's lagging my phone down because, like,
Oh yeah,
I'm not even
it'll
running the
lag.
YouTube at the same time exactly. I'm casting it to my TV through my Xbox, but then I've got it like shut off. So, but like I try to do anything else, it lags and it's heating my phone.
Yeah.
It's pretty
It
crazy.
the app.
The other
I
ones don't
know
seem to do
the
it so
app
bad.
like drains everything. Like I don't. I mean, I've live streamed a lot in the past 4 years or so. So I've gone through a lot of live stream apps. I've never had an app drain my battery so fast, so quick, with so little usage. I'm just like, what the fuck, StreamYard? What are you doing?
Okay, Lena, we're getting a couple people in the side chat saying they weren't hearing the clicking when you were muted.
I could hear the clicking. Y'all couldn't hear the clicking?
Well, why don't you try muting yours again?
Isn't my not annoying because
Okay.
now I am not hearing. If we can get the clicking back,
Why would you want the clicking to come back if it's gone away?
well, this way when it's happening, then you can do something that would hopefully get
Yeah.
rid of it, and that way, yeah, you know what's. I mean, testing intermittence, trying to find the source of intermittent problems is pain in the arse.
Yep. I'm not hearing it now.
No, I'm not hearing it now either.
Yeah.
Oh
That
well.
would be horrible were it Lena.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's that big of a
Then we
problem
couldn't hear her
myself, but
dulcet tones, you know.
Yeah. Mm.
well, Faye, no
Boo,
problem with you
bitches.
going Echo Warrior, but if you need to get some sleep, you better do it.
Damn it! As soon as you unmuted, I'm
Oh,
starting to hear the clicking again. Oh, please don't tell me it's you.
I hope you sleep.
Now, are you
Oh,
on your
see,
desktop,
that's
on your
good.
laptop, or your cell phone?
My cell phone. I'm gonna try to, I guess, drop out, but that's strange because, like, when I'm watching you guys and I'm muted, on my end anyway, it's still, like, it was still clicking while I was muted. So it's strange.
Well,
I
I
don't
was
Weird.
know.
wondering if you had your laptop and your cell phone, both hooked up to the stream. If maybe they were kind of
No.
interfering or echoing
No,
each other.
yeah, no. The laptop, I just have you on the
Okay.
YouTubes. I don't have you on the StreamYard.
Okay.
But I
So,
will, yeah, let me try to drop out and see if that works.
Try restarting your phone too. That might do something
Okay.
else.
okay, well, Faye's going to bed.
Night, Faye.
Good night, Faye.
Night, Faye. You'll be good.
Good night, Faye.
And Angie, whenever I'm eating, I mute my mic. You don't see it on the screen because I just hit the mute button on the cord. So I don't think it's anybody eating.
Yeah, I'm hearing a weird crackling sound now too. What is wrong with this platform?
Oh, push you, boy.
Yeah, It seems totally gone to me now.
Yeah.
No.
Uh, yeah, and what Faye's saying inside as far as the homeless and growing food and that, there's lots of solutions. It's just a matter of, allocating the money to do something.
Yeah,
Nobody wants to pay for the solutions. Everybody complains about them, but nobody wants to pay for them, and everybody will always vote for the guy who promises not to raise their taxes.
that's capitalism, baby.
Yeah.
Well, you go long enough without raising taxes, and you wind up with what this town has, that we can't support a fire department anymore. It's all volunteers.
Yeah,
That's not good.
the city of Pittsburgh went through a whole shitload of that stuff. Well, actually, Allegheny County did. On their property tax assessments, there was no money for anything, and they finally decided to reassess. And it had been so long since there had been an assessment that the assessed values rose so much and taxes increased so much. You started hearing complaints all over the place, especially in places like Swickley or Plum, the high priced areas. Um, and they had to walk some of that stuff back. So this is what
Yeah.
happens when you don't do something about things like that for, I think it was 20 years or more that had elapsed since there
Yeah.
was the prior assessment.
Well, and I think part of the problem is that, the government does too much slush funds. I think that if people understood what their taxes were paying for, there wouldn't be quite as high a resentment of it.
Maybe.
Oh, people
And
would
then
still complain, but I think it would reduce it a bit. It would make it a little easier.
I'm thinking that if, especially the working poor in the middle class, had enough money to survive after taxes, they might not complain so much about the taxes. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just farting into the wind or something. I really can't tell you.
But see, they wind up doing things that wind up costing people more taxes.
Yeah.
Like having municipal garbage collection is cheaper than not having it and all the homeowners having to contract to private companies.
Oh yeah.
But there's a lot of cities that don't do that because instead of raising the property tax, they just cut out that service. So people need to understand that if we were doing it citywide, it would actually be saving them money.
Yeah.
Around here, getting rid of trash is a big issue because, they had to close the local landfill. So anything you throw away, they are trucking 60 miles away to dump it.
Okay then.
Jesus.
Oh my
So the
god.
city doesn't have any garbage collection, and everybody's got to pay a private contractor to haul it 60 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
That sucks.
Well, and the result of it is that all over the city, you wind up with people who have their garages just full of trash,
Yeah.
and it creates all sorts of other problems because, then you've got rodents and everything because people can't afford to dispose of it.
Yeah. Which is terrible. I mean, like, no one should be in that position.
Hmm.
Like,
It's almost like some members of society aren't pulling their weight when it comes to paying taxes.
Yeah.
Not going to name names, but literally every 100 millionaire and billionaire
I was just gonna
in
say
the country.
Yeah.
every rich asshole in America.
Well, and like Faye was talking about the golf courses, like I
Mhm.
say, this is a town of 3,000 people. We've got 2 golf courses. You can't tell me the golf courses are paying the same property tax as the homeowners.
Oh, almost certainly not.
Of
Um,
course not. They're getting some sort of a deal. And you talk about property tax. That's the one I saw today. I didn't realize that the jackass in chief was keeping goats on a couple of his golf courses to get a lower rate
Yep.
Jesus.
in New Jersey.
How did the goats get him a lower rate? Does he get to count it as farmland?
Yes.
Mhm.
And
Insane.
pays $6 an acre instead of something like $460 an acre because of that farm use thing. And he's not the only one, of course, doing shit like that.
Well, there's a golf course actually a couple blocks away from where I live. Um, there's a country club on the property, and here's the weird twist: it's public property. It's owned by the city. They just allow this country club to exist there, and the real kick in the pants that is probably going to piss off like every indigenous person. Um, a lot of the obstacles on this golf course are Indian burial mounds.
Mm,
Oh,
yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Mm,
a
I mean,
problem.
some of them are burial mounds, others are for like a calendar or something like that. I don't really remember. But yeah, no, there's literally this historical site with a rich amount of history in a I can't actually even remember the name of uh, the Hopewell Indians, I think.
Mm.
Um, Hopewell Indians, and you know the culture of the Hopewell Indians. I'm really hoping I'm getting the right tribe. Um, and it's being used as a golf course.
Ugh, that's so disgusting.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
hate
that's a
that.
disgrace.
Like we have it the same. Well, not the same, but a similar situation here. We had an Indian burial ground that they decided to build a church on top of.
Love it.
And I'm just like, "You're what? Are you kidding me?" And it's not like we're lacking in churches over here. Um, like I came up with this game when I was like 12 of like, you know how like kids like put their forehead on a baseball bat and put it on the ground and they like spin around and around and around like 3 times in a circle to like make themselves dizzy before they swing the bat.
I've seen drunk teenagers do that a lot.
Yeah. Well, my idea was essentially to do that and then throw a rock and see how many churches the rock hits.
Oh man, I I've
Because,
spoken of
like, that's how many we have. Like, if you throw anything in any direction, you'll probably hit at least 1 or 2, maybe 3 churches.
Yeah, well, that's what I said here. We've got 3,000 people and we've got at least 2 dozen active churches.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Uh, I've spoken of
Crazy.
I've spoken of Homestead Borough. I think more than once. I used to live there. It's on the Monongahela River here in the area. I used to go to the park in the center of the borough. I used to sit on a bench and look around. Within my field of view, there were 4 churches. So this is within like 3 blocks. There was a Catholic church, an AME church. Let's see, Lutheran, and there was another one of some sort. I can't remember what denomination. And just outside of the borough's corporation limit was Greek Orthodox Church, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, and then there was the Russian Orthodox Church within Homestead. That's right. That's right. Um, so there might have been, including the churches I couldn't see, the storefront churches and everything else. Those are the others that are fun. There might have been, conservative estimate, maybe a dozen, maybe closer to 20 churches in this borough of 3,600 people.
Mm.
So yeah, it gets out of hand, really, really.
Yeah, it really does. Like, I wonder how these churches sometimes are able to survive, especially when you have so many. Good night, Angie. Mwah. Um,
Who
especially when you have Angie's going to bed.
Night, night, Angie. You be good. Something like
Night,
that.
Angie.
So
Mhm.
real quick,
Especially,
I wanted to be correct about the earthworks thing, the mounds. Um, they were built by the Hopewell between 100 and 500 CE, and they were not used as a calendar, but I mean, there is, part of it is honoring the dead and burial and that. But it's also for tracking the moon's orbit over an 18 and a half year cycle. So,
oh wow.
yeah. And actually, it's one of the largest complexes still existing in North America.
Wow. Why would you want to desecrate something that old
Hmm.
and that like, like something that has that much both history and meaning? I just don't understand the point.
Yeah. I mean, there are two of them technically. Technically, they're the same structure, I guess is a way to put it. But you know, white people are wonderful, and we kind of built over a lot of it. So it's two different areas. One is being used as a golf course, and the other actually is thankfully a protected area. And
That's good.
no one's allowed to build on it. In fact, the
Oh,
only building on the
oh,
property is
kitty.
a I can't even think of the word, like a visitor center.
Okay,
Yeah,
awesome.
it's really small and unintrusive.
Yeah,
Doesn't disturb any of the mounds, but
well,
they
that's good.
actually are incredible to look at. I mean the really big one. It's a circle that has a path cut into it, so you can easily get into the circle. It's got a moat going almost all the way around, except for that one entrance.
Oh,
It's
nice.
8 feet deep, and the mound raises like 15 feet in the air.
Sweet.
Yeah, I mean, for being something, you know, 1,500 years old,
Yeah,
that's
that's pretty awesome.
yeah. Considering the tools the Hopewell would have had at their disposal at the time, that's pretty impressive engineering, and
Yeah.
especially for it to have lasted so long.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and anybody who's just tried to dig a hole with just a shovel, you can imagine how many man hours of work must have gone into moving that much dirt.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, speaking of the like white people suck portion, I don't know if it's something that I actually want to address this early or if it's something that I might put off for, like a couple of months or something. But eventually, at some point, one of the other topics that I plan to cover on my stream is on my channel is specifically relating to the increasing number of white people that believe they are being targeted and oppressed and, quote, replaced,
Hmm.
as in the great replacement bullshit theory. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, I want to talk about that because it's interesting and maddening to me to have all of these people that are just like, ah, I'm being so oppressed for being white. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
sorry, what?
Well, and I
Like, are
wonder
you
how
on
many of these
crack?
people, if they actually got an accurate DNA test, would find out how white they
Right,
really
thank
are.
you. Thank you. That's
Mm.
exactly what I keep saying.
There's been so
100%.
much mixing going on in this
Well,
country for
because
so many centuries.
the key thing that I always point out, white is not a race. What the fuck are you even talking about? Like, are you Swedish? Are you Polish? Are you German? What are you talking about? What, number
Yeah.
one, white is not a race. Number two,
Hmm.
race is a social construct any fucking way.
Yeah.
So why do you care? But you know what I have to say to those people? This is what I have to say to you if you're listening. If you think that way and you're listening to my voice right now, I hope that before you die, you get to see before your very eyes the entire globe turn brown. That is my
Hmm.
wish. That is my want. So, yeah, that's it. That's all I got. And I really do mean that. Like, the browner the better. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't control who people, like, want to have families with. Like, we're a homogenous society. Get over it.
Hmm.
Or we're supposed to be a homogenous society. Let's.
Well, and that is
Uh,
something that, there's a huge variation in different regions of the country.
yeah.
Because that's my fiance, the one trip we took back to Minnesota, she was really surprised that nobody took any notice of us walking around in public.
Hmm.
Because, even in central New York, as an interracial couple, yeah, a lot of people were kind of, looking over their shoulder at us.
Hmm. Weird.
Yeah. I don't get the whole my race is better than your race things. As absurd to me as nationalism. Oh, I'm better than you because of
I know,
the place where I arbitrarily happen to have been born.
Yeah.
right? Like, you
Like, yes,
have
you're
no
better
control
than
over that.
come on. Some some
Well,
people,
or even if it's a country they've never actually been to, it's just where their grandparents came from.
yeah. The whole thing's ridiculous. It's all ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I don't
Oh, hey, Heat
understand
Shield.
why. What's up, Ethan?
Oh damn. It's been a while, you shield.
Moo.
No.
I don't think I will ever understand the move thing. I don't think I'm ever gonna get it.
Well, I really don't get tribalism, the whole us and them thing,
Dude,
you know.
I used to get it,
Paula.
but
I know.
I lost any concept of it when I stopped being Catholic. Oh, that's not true. I lost any sense of tribalism when I stopped being Republican.
When you stop being what?
Republican,
Oh,
which was
Well,
long
I
ago.
guess for me,
okay.
I had the odd experience of being white, but usually being in the minority.
Yeah.
That we were the Catholic family in a community that was 85% Jewish. So it's like I understand that, yes, I have some degree of the white privilege just because being a middle aged white man, people don't scrutinize me as much at first glance. But at the same time, I've always been broke.
Right.
So most of what they call white privilege actually has more to do with, your economic level.
Right. Like, it's just your life experience. And especially if your life experience is most of your life you've been in the minority, well, your life experience is different. Just like mine is different.
Yeah,
Like most of my life, I've fallen
she's
into the minority. I mean, I was literally bullied in school with people calling me the N word and Oreo.
yeah. Well, and unfortunately, like you say, since you're kind of, I hope this doesn't come across wrong if I say racially ambiguous. I
No, I
expect you were
love that
probably
word.
getting it from both sides.
Sorta. I honestly, the black kids didn't really do anything. Like yeah, it was very rare that any of them would say anything.
Now, my fiance,
Hmm.
her family was from Tuscany, Alabama. And she was saying down there that yeah, they were even splintered it off that the if you
Do
were
it by
red
like
bone, yeah,
shades.
if you were red bone or
Mm-hmm.
yellow bone, that yeah they were
The hell does
you know
that mean?
it's basically shades of blackness.
Yeah,
It's the way they
they
split it up.
they'll say you're not quote black enough, or you're not quote brown enough, or you're too brown, or you're too white, or you're too tan, or
Or to
whatever
put it
phrase.
or to put it crudely, whether you were a cotton pigger or a house nigger.
Yeah.
Now, I remember seeing magazines when I was younger that seemed to outline, or at the time I thought they outlined, and I guess they did, a sort of a caste system within the American
Mm-hmm.
population. You would see things
Yes.
like
Yep.
black, bronze, tan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember some of the others, but yeah, it very much appeared to me to be a caste system. I guess that is the case then, is it not?
It
Yeah.
is. I mean, Hollywood got called out for it several times now. That's one of the reasons why you see darker people represented, is because they were purposefully choosing lighter skinned people who were black to play certain parts, or to model, or to do whatever job they were doing, because they were dark enough to quote be black, but they were still light enough to quote be white. So, and you had a lot of mixed race people that were
Yeah.
propped up as the black token, so to speak.
Well, and another thing I got a real education in is just how important the hair is in the black community.
Oh yeah.
That having straight hair is a real big status symbol.
Hmm.
And a lot of that has to do with, yeah, how well you can interact with white people. Because people who have the dreadlocks or the nappy hair have a lot more problems with white people.
Yeah. And see, I always really liked, I still do. I've always preferred the dreadlocks and the curly hair. Like I like it like that.
Yep.
Especially the box dreadlocks. I think those are so cute. Or I'm sorry, those are braids. The box braids, not dreadlocks. Anyway,
Yeah,
those are
I
so
used to
cute.
help my fiance with waxing and twisting hers.
Awesome. I love all the different hairstyles you can do with it too. It's very cool.
Yeah, she had the very short nappy hair. When it was cut short, it was the real spongy coils.
Yeah. Yeah, my hair is not that nappy.
Sorry,
Unfortunately, it
that's
is thinning.
yeah, just a personal thing, but this time of year I'm going to tend to be a bit more depressed.
I get that.
That's fair.
Well, it's an odd thing, but when I'm going to the stores and seeing all the school supplies, that's getting me depressed because it's something that Well, for my fiance growing up, that going to school was like her escape from a horrible home life. So she would get really excited by silly things like a new pack of highlighters.
Sounds like me.
Mm.
So it's like
I
I could
love
make her really happy just by
pencils and
buying some school
pens.
supplies. So now it's like when I can't go into a store without seeing that, it's like, I get that momentary pickup of, oh, she'd love that. And, oh, yeah, not anymore, huh?
That
So even
sucks.
after 5 years, I'm finding that's still dragging me down.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's hard. I mean, it happened. There's not a time limit on it, you know. I mean, shit. It wasn't that long ago that I can't remember what it was. Something. Oh no, I do remember. Anyway, something happened, and I wanted to call my dad, and I was like, oh shit, wait. I grabbed my phone, and I'm like, what am I? He's been dead 12 years. Like,
Hmm.
Yeah.
hello.
Well, see, and I'd had the opposite experience that I always got picked on at school. And, again, in retrospect, after proper diagnosis, I understand why I had a lot of the social problems now. But so for me, it had always been that the first week of September, and realized sometime around when I was 30 that the reason for that was I got a lot of anxiety about the new school year starting.
Hmm.
Even 15 years after I was out of school, I was still having that anxiety.
Yeah. To this day, I still hate Sundays. Like, I have panic attacks every fucking Sunday. I hate Sundays.
So,
They've been ruined.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, I never had the religion push that hard.
It wasn't really. I don't know. Like, if you were, I guess if you were an observer of my life, you definitely wouldn't think that, it would be a problem. Because my grandmother was the religious person. I mean, she helped raise me, but that was the religious person. And then, when I was 13, I was like, okay, I'm sick of this shit. And I didn't go to church anymore. With the exception of when I got in trouble and my mom forced me at 16 to go to church for like 6 months, and I
Yeah.
almost lost my virginity under the stairs, but that's a whole different thing. That's who
That's
she
kind of funny
is.
because one of my first experiences was in the choir loft of the Methodist Church during a youth overnighter.
Hell yeah. Getting freaky in the churches. Hmm.
What better
God,
place?
I know, right? I always fantasized about having sex on the altar of of my Catholic church though. Like, I broke in there one night to like party with my friends, and I was just like, damn it. Mm, I wish I had a boyfriend because I would totally fuck him on the altar right now.
see, now I have a new dream is to fuck someone on the altar at the church I grew up going
Um, Actually, in Minnesota, there was a like forest preserve area, and if you walked back in there far enough, there was actually a little cathedral that they did weddings and that in.
Oh, wow.
But for some reason, it usually wasn't locked. So,
Hmm.
Awesome. That's
yeah, one
nice.
one weekend, the current girlfriend, we dropped the kids off with her mother, and we went to the forest preserve for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Because when you got three kids in the house, you don't get many opportunities for that.
This is true. This is
to.
very true.
See, the only problem with me having sex on the altar at the church I grew up at is I can't remember what the fuck it's called, but they put the cracker in the monstrance, which is the big
Oh
gold
yeah,
stick
yeah.
that looks like the sun, and someone stays with it, or people stay with it throughout the day for like 24 hours. Well, not 24 hours, because it was only there at night, really.
Yeah.
But like the only way I could think of around that is find a Catholic girl who isn't very serious about it and actually is thinking of leaving, and have her sign up to watch the thing in the middle of the night. And after we send the people that are there home, we head into the main thing and fuck. But then it had to be a quickie because people tend to get there like 15 minutes early.
Man, they make your people go hardcore. Like our box, they guarded it like all day and everything. But after I think it was like 10, yeah, after 10, they just put like there was a little lock and they just put a lock on it and then they would leave.
Yeah, that'd be the smart thing to do. But my church is cool. Well, my church. My former church, I should say.
Yeah, they're
No,
cool.
I think that's a Catholic thing because I remember that at the Catholic church that I was in as a kid too.
What, my
I don't.
church or the thing through the middle of the night?
Yeah, I don't think they did it year round, but I think that it was, like part of the sacrament of Lent that they had to have someone watching it all the time. I don't know. I got out of there when I was, less than 10 years old, so I don't remember too much of it properly.
I don't remember that offhand. I'd have to have my memory jogged the right way or something like that.
What's the wrong way?
I don't know.
Actually, having to talk to a priest probably is the wrong way.
I'm trying to remember. I missed a little here and there because I again had my attention diverted. The Was it the one cracker or was it a bowl full of crackers that somebody was guarding?
It's the one big one that the priest blesses, but nobody actually eats.
Mhm.
Okay, and that was okay. Was that within the monstrance?
Yep.
I'm kind of remembering that going on.
Adoration, Eucharistic adoration. That's it. That's what I'm trying to think of.
Ah,
Okay,
Eucharistic adoration.
I always wanted to steal that fucking thing.
Well, I mean, they're made out of gold, so they're worth a lot of money.
oh, damn right.
Yeah.
I know, right?
For a while after that, at least.
But no, when I was a little kid, like for the longest time, I don't know why, but I was very obsessed with like communion, and especially in the Catholic Church because I was the only Protestant, so I couldn't have communion. But my sister, uh, after she converted, she got to have communion. And so one day she came home and she's like, I have a surprise for you. And I'm like, okay, what? And she opens her hands and there's a cracker. She stole a wafer
Oh dear.
after communion to give to me. And so I had this like little makeshift, like mini cathedral thing going on in my closet.
Hmm.
It was very weird. But anyway, it even had an altar. Anyway, and so we went into my closet and we like played church and she played the priest. She gave me the Eucharist. And I was so happy I finally got to eat this damn cracker. And I'm like, it doesn't taste like fucking anything. It tastes like fucking styrofoam. Why does it taste like
Yeah,
fucking styrofoam?
Yep.
Because it's made without yeast and no flavorings.
Yeah, I
Yep.
know.
No
Well, I know
salt,
that
no
now.
sugar.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
then
Basically a slurry of flour and water, and you go from there.
Which
Yep.
actually is the same thing as wallpaper paste.
Yes. Yeah.
That's very true.
And I went to the Font of All Knowledge to look up some of the details on the Eucharistic adoration, and I saw there something I hadn't seen. You had to make me look this up, Bob.
I didn't make you do anything, Diane.
But
You're a grown-ass woman. You're capable of making your own decisions.
since my days in Catholic Catholic school, I hadn't seen this whole thing, but we have adoration as a sign of devotion to and worship of Jesus Christ, who is believed by Catholics to be present, body, blood, soul, and divinity under the appearance of the consecrated host. I have not heard body, blood, soul, and divinity. I swear to you, for at least
Oh my
50
god.
years until I just saw it
Wow.
now. Oh man.
Hmm.
It's been about a decade since I've heard it, so
Okay. I'm finding this funny just because Bub is so annoyed by the little duck logo. But on my screen, you're up in that
Yeah,
box.
yeah,
the
I'm
duck
right
is
under
on
the duck
his head.
Yeah, well, and
photo.
the duck's head is perfectly framed in the wooden triangle of the flag.
Uh,
That is perfect.
Yeah.
It looks
I'm gonna
like you're a
watch it.
hunter and you just took a duck head and stuck it in a frame or on a plaque, not a frame.
Well, at
It
least
looks like
he's
the
not
duck
on your
head's on a
forehead
plaque.
most of the time.
This is true.
Yeah, maybe you want to just
Or I can actually
turn your camera a little bit.
Oh, shit. Nope, that worked. That's worse.
There you go. Yeah, now he's more in the random blank space.
Oh no, that's the TV.
Well, he's higher up than that. He's up on the shelf.
Yeah. See, it was funny. I guess I didn't keep it, and I really wish I had. But I was looking for my letter that I got from my old church. Went back when I went through what do you call it? Formal defection. Okay, this is just annoying me. I hate not being in the middle of my own screen. But I was looking for my formal defection letter. I couldn't find that, but I found the note that you left purple with the tripod you got me.
Okay.
So, not a lost or a fruitless search. So
Yeah. Yeah. Now you went through the formality of it.
Yep.
You know, I actually didn't realize until a couple of years ago that without that apparently I'm still on the rolls with the Catholic Church.
Right.
That I've never actually requested to be removed, even though I haven't been there in 40 years.
And I have a feeling personally that that's the main reason that they ended the practice. That too many people were dropping off the rolls, and in order to bolster their numbers, they just wouldn't let you go.
yeah, they abolished it in 2008, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was quite recent.
I don't know if it was because they were losing membership. I think it was more of a financial thing because I think there are some European countries. Careful, Jack. I think there are some European countries that take a portion of your taxes and send it to whatever religion you claim to be a part of.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, Robert, you still here? Is Germany one of those countries? I think it is.
I want to say Sweden is.
I've heard of that practice. I didn't know which countries were involved with it.
Oh, that's another thing. If I was ever elected president, one of my top 10 acts in office would that I do first day on the job would be to tax all churches.
Oh yeah.
Tria's saying I'm an apostate with a certificate to prove it.
Hell yeah, Trey.
Yeah. Oh, that's right, Trey.
Hell yeah.
You're a member of that club now.
Yeah, well, and she had to really fight for it.
She did.
Yeah, she
and
did.
she's
I'm
a
so
badass
happy
for
for
going
her.
through
Though.
it because that was a lot of work.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
kidding.
So congratulations, Trya. If I had a drink, I'd
Oh, okay. Thank you, Dave. Thank you. Robert, the question was I couldn't remember if whether Germany was one of the countries that took a portion of the tax you pay and funnel it to churches.
fucked up practice, by the way.
Right? No fucking kidding.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, it's bad enough that the churches don't pay taxes. They sure as hell don't need to receive them.
I don't know
exactly.
if Poland was one. It would make sense to me that it would be.
I'm sure Poland was at one time. I don't know if they are, anymore. And I would tend to think that pretty much anything that wound up being part of the Soviet bloc that was probably abolished.
Well, the thing about that is that Poland was very, 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 very Catholic for along even under the Soviet era. This is why you had what the heck was his name, Motia, elected Pope. One of the things was PR toward Poland. This was during the time of Solidarność and the strikes, that sort of thing. So it wouldn't surprise me if Poland took a cut of the tax for the Catholic Church, for example.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That wouldn't surprise me either. Well, unfortunately, my phone is about to die, and also my medication is starting to kick in, and I need to try to go to bed.
Okay.
But I'll try to after I get my charger plugged in, I'll try to hang out and just listen to you guys on YouTube. But
Well, do
I
you
hope
think
y'all
if
have
you
a good
put the
night.
charging cord in your ear, it'll keep you going a little while longer?
I wish things worked that way. I mean, I could always put the charging cord up my butt, but I don't know how that would work out. It's like having a tail.
At least you were the one who said it.
Maybe if you're into like the electrosexual stimulation thing,
Oh, electricity is awesome.
I wouldn't know.
It's sizzling.
I've tried a TENS machine a couple of times.
See, if
It's
anything
an
like
interesting
that,
sensation.
is no.
Yeah, tinge units are good. I prefer violet wands myself. Like,
Well,
I like the.
we did have one party where someone was demonstrating a taser for anyone who wanted to try it. I did not step up for that one.
Okay,
Oh
so
man.
I want this like awesome shock collar that is literally made for humans. Like anyway, and
I should hope it's made for humans, or I'm calling the SPCA.
well, most people they're really expensive. Most people actually just buy like the $12 shock collars on Amazon that are for dogs, and they use those. Just to let you know, like that's what most people use. But
Yeah, those should be outlawed.
for dogs, yes, not for
Yeah,
humans.
yeah. You should not be able to put them on any animal that can't consent.
I agree.
Right. Now,
I
I've been
completely agree.
subject to electromyography, and that's about as close to a taser as I ever want to get.
Oh, I had that. The
Okay.
electromyography, yeah.
In the side chat, Robert X looked up on Wiki which countries have the tax for churches.
Danke schön. So we have Austria, Denmark, Finland, Germany, Iceland, Italy, Sweden, some parts of Switzerland. It's interesting that only some parts of this Switzerland. Why am I talking like this the way RJ does all of a sudden?
I do not know, but I'm at 30%, so I'm going to go.
Okay, you go nice.
Mwah.
Sweet dreams, all that happy stuff.
Sweet dreams to you, too. Sweet dreams to you all.
Okay.
And thank you for having me, Purple.
You
I
rest well,
will.
Silver.
I
Yep.
will catch you guys on YouTube.
Yep. Good to
We
see
will
you,
catch you
Silver.
later.
Yay.
Good to see you too, Doc. Oh,
Oh,
and congratulations again,
boy.
by the way.
Danka.
Honk honk. Woohoo, car.
Boise, 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 moi.
Mwah.
Oh,
Yeah, when
come
when
over
I
here
couldn't
and
do
say
the
that.
I couldn't do the stream last Tuesday, and it had all been set up, so I went through Streamlabs when I could finally get on, like 10 hours too late, just to put a little message in there so people would know what had happened. And Badger had to put a comment on that was my best stream yet.
Okay.
So yeah, I have to think that's because it was down to just over a minute instead of running the standard 5 to 7 hours.
The one thing I would have liked had it been there was to see whatever comment that Milkstool would have left.
Yeah.
You have to know how to take Milkstool.
Yeah. I was, you know, and I worry about that because I, feel I don't really have the moderating down. I'm not quite sure at what point I need to cut people off. But Silver seemed to be handling him okay, so I let him run. Wasn't quite sure.
Yeah, he's got that. He's got that really, really dry wit that can be somewhat abrasive. I've seen Nadja and Meredith go at each other that way as well. So when you get that treatment, it's a sign of endearment.
Well, I understand that, but again, that's part of the social interaction things that I never got.
Uh-huh.
And part of the reason why I don't really socialize with men much because they're constantly doing that kind of thing. It's either one-upping each other or insulting each other, and I never got why you would treat your friends like that.
Yeah, no, I get you. I get the point.
And just like even dealing with my brothers and my cousins, I have trouble with that.
Yeah, I can totally understand that too. Yeah, it's all supposed to be in jest and everything, but like at the same time, I find myself simultaneously reacting to the negative, meaning or interpretation, I should say.
Oh,
Well,
Like it's a
I
like it's a
have
joke and an
problems.
insult at the same time.
Well, see, since
yeah.
I'm not good at reading facial expressions or tone of voice, I have trouble, you know, being sure whether somebody's being serious or sarcastic.
Yeah. Sometimes I can't tell either. But then again, I grew up around people who were 100% serious when they were insulting me, so it's difficult to take an insult as a joke.
Yeah. Well, and I just have the tendency to take everything literally.
Okay, Robert. I thank you for that. And yes, the way of talking like that. Now I am doing this now for that. I don't know why I am talking like that all of a sudden, but that is another story.
Oh, I think I'm gonna have to duck out of here as well, pun intended.
Yeah, wah, wah. I have the duck over my shoulder.
Now,
No, but my phone is starting to kind of turn into slag, so
heating up on you.
yeah, I mean, it's been quite hot for a while, but actually amazed I've gone on this long. So
Yeah, don't burn your hands. Let it cool down.
yeah, well, I especially don't want to damage the phone. So
Yep. Yeah, if you overheat the battery, that's a serious issue.
yep. So,
Then you'll have to
Because
put
that's
but
not necessarily just damaging the battery, but it can actually cause some of the solder
yeah,
connections to melt down and loosen components.
yep, yep. So,
Okay.
I guess I'll shout out a final thank you to all of you. Y'all kicked ass and
Yay!
uh, got me some wheels, and I am so much appreciated.
Yep.
Um, it's awesome. You guys are all awesome.
Well, I'm glad we could help out. I'm glad I was able to do something for you.
Yeah, and you guys did help out in a big way, and I'll keep the GoFundMe going at least until I hit my goal because I could still use help with the payments. But I mean, as it stands, I have wheels, so
Yay!
Yeah, I'll
it's a
drop the
good
link
thing.
in the side chat again. I think everyone here has already donated, but
Yep.
people, if you can post the link anywhere else on social media to, get it in front of people who may not have seen it yet.
Indeed, indeed. But thank you guys, and we'll see y'all soon.
Okay.
Oh,
Nice
all
to
right.
have you with
Okay,
us for real
sweetness,
this
you be
time.
good.
Yeah, no kidding. Thanks.
Yeah, I may or may not. I'm yawning like crazy here. I may
Oh,
or may not have to duck out, pun intended, pretty soon.
yep.
I'll stick around for a while yet, but
Hate that duck.
That's okay. About half an hour ago, apparently, Faye posted some interesting stuff in the private Twitter group about the vertical agriculture.
oh, she's a big fan of that. Yes, um, she did a presentation of that on Coffee with Lavender. Boy, that was a while ago.
I must have missed that one. Yeah, that's something I had done some studying on too. I had actually done quite a bit of research on building a self-sufficient homestead. So yeah, I was looking
Hey.
into having a geodesic dome as a greenhouse with an aquaculture pond.
Oh my God, you're bringing back memories. I wanted to build a dome and live in the damn thing. That was a long time ago.
Well, I had actually had plans for a homestead for several levels, if anything up to being a single couple to being a small commune of maybe up to 40 or 50 people. And I just saw it as being like for a larger group, just being a cluster of domes.
Okay, then. Yeah. The big problem with the domes um, is is really furnishing them. Is finding the
Oh,
way to do that.
kitty sparring.
Yep.
Wait. We have kitty sparring.
Look at Bub.
Oh my! Oh my! Oh my!
Jack's such a tough little baby.
So what have you got? Three of them there?
Yeah, there's Jack on the ottoman, then Tony walking, and that one's Frank. Hi, Tony.
Okay, wait a minute. The third one is Frank.
Yep, that one is Frank.
Okay.
That one is Tony.
Yeah,
Are
Tony
we?
looks to be a similar breed to Sloth Girl's kitty.
Yeah, Tony's terrified of me. If I were to suddenly move, he would flip his shit and run away. Wow, Jack made a sudden move and Tony freaked out. That's funny.
Yeah.
Cat's a coward. It's okay.
Yeah, when I was growing up, we always had 3 cats in the house. And if something ever happened to one, and just, we never went looking for them, but it was never more than a couple of weeks before we got a third one again.
To see what we got going on here, because these am I looking? Oh, there we are. Okay. Oh my word. That was 8 months ago. Um, December 9th of 2018 was when I had Faye on about the vertical gardening. Uh, and it was a Sunday stream rather than Coffee with Lavender back when I was doing 2 shows a day. These days, it's all I can do to get a topic going for 1 show a week.
See, I'm wondering if I got in touch with my old church, if they'd send me a copy of my formal defection, because I seem to have misplaced the letter.
I can imagine they wouldn't be happy about it, but they'd probably do it. They'd wonder why.
So
Like,
I
do
have
you
it.
really need to prove it to someone?
No, just makes me happy to have. I want to show it off sometime.
Oh, no, I can understand for you why you'd want it, but I can imagine you, like, talking to whoever runs the record office over there trying to figure this out.
We can deal with it. It's, not like it's an obscenely wealthy institution anyway. Actually, let me look it up. Show you exactly what this church looks like. It's fucking gorgeous, actually. It's a beautiful building. But oh, that's what I thought. Where is it? Okay. So I'm gonna share my screen here. Maybe. Yes, share my. What the hell? Thank you. Pain in the ass. Okay. Now, what you should be seeing, and I could be
Oh,
wrong.
there it is.
Yeah, that's a gorgeous building. But let's go inside. Let's take a look in there.
Holy shit, man.
Yeah, they did some remodeling apparently. Like I said, it is a beautiful building.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
obviously, they have the money, so I don't think however much a little piece of paper is really gonna fuck up their finances too badly.
God, that looks like the parish the so-called family attended in Parma. My ex called it Saint Ostentatious. There was a lot of money that went into that building.
If there's anything the Catholic Church can be described as, it's ostentatious.
Yeah.
I mean, for fuck's sake. Several months ago, when I was doing the research for my criticisms video on the church as well, I found that the Sistine Chapel is worth anywhere from 300 billion to $2 trillion. There's a pretty big disparity there.
Well, there you go. Since you did, I had to go and do it.
Oh, fuck.
There's
Is
the
that where you
church
went
that I
to
grew up in.
Moof beef. Okay, you're asking for it.
Interesting.
You know, and that was really a relatively small one for the Chicago area.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Fuck. Hey.
Okay. Let's see if we can find the image.
But yeah, that's what I mean about, that the building was really like 40 feet tall, but
Yeah,
it had no upper floors. It was just one floor and it was just this, huge high ceiling.
Yeah. That's a Catholic church for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, it would be potentially possible to, in both of the churches, the one I showed and the one you showed, to add a second floor, for housing or something like that. But yeah, no, the Catholic Church loves its grandeur, all about it.
Yep.
let's see. I guess I'm doing it right here. I hope so.
Yep. There you go. There's your
Yeah,
screen.
there. This is the church I was talking about in the upper right corner. St. Charles Borromeo, also known as St. Ostentatious. And there's a view of the interior with the whole little cupola arrangement over the altar, and an idea of its size. I mean, this fucking place was huge. Um, I think at its height, I think there were 2,400 families, not 2,400 parishioners, 2,400 families
Hmm.
of like 4.5 or 5 attending. So you had um, 4 masses on a Sunday in the church and also in the parish hall, which was next door. That took the overflow. It was totally amazing. Money, definite money going on there.
Oh yeah. And something I think is interesting, despite me talking about this pretty directly, not all the money that local parishes collect goes straight to the Vatican, like some people seem to believe. Because like even in our kind of group, I've heard people talking, how ridiculously much money is getting sent to the Vatican. Surprisingly, not a lot is. There are dioceses that are more wealthy than the Vatican. And the one that most readily comes to mind is in Germany.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, like
Yeah,
I say, that's for the Chicago area. That was a small to moderate sized church.
yeah, that's ridiculous.
I know the Archdiocese of Chicago collected a lot of money from local churches.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
is.
they had that whole like a multi-level marketing scheme going. Really,
Yeah,
where
that's
A little bit.
fairly accurate.
Yeah.
the parishes would send to the central authority, the diocese or the
Yeah, the regional
archdiocese,
diocese.
which would then send. I don't know if there was another level between that
Yeah,
and Vatican, or
well, basically, the diocese went by, it would be a couple of cities or a couple of counties, and then there would be another kind of state level.
yeah,
Yeah. I think it's Pennsylvania has 8 dioceses, I want to say.
yeah. I really haven't looked. I'm going to find
Yep.
out.
reason I'm pretty sure I'm correct is because the video I did with Mac, or no, this was the video I did by myself talking about the sex abuse scandal in Pennsylvania specifically. Yeah, I'm pretty certain there are 8 dioceses in Pennsylvania.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Map of all dioceses in PA. Here we go. And I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You got it.
Yay!
We have the Diocese of Erie, Diocese of Scranton, of Allentown, Philadelphia, Harrisburg, Altoona, Johnstown, Greensburg, and Pittsburgh.
All right, so I'm looking at Ohio. There's 6 in Ohio. There's the Toledo Diocese, Cleveland, Youngstown, Steubenville, Cincinnati, and the one I live in, Columbus.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Why was I thinking you were closer to Dayton than to Columbus? I don't know.
I mean, if you were to, do a flip-floppy kind of thing, Dayton is about equidistant from Columbus as I am to Columbus. So,
Okay. Yeah, and I'll tell you, Pittsburgh is a fucking Catholic theocracy, and I hate it.
yeah, no religion should have any power in secular government. It shouldn't happen. But it does.
Wait a minute. No. I'm looking this up. Oh, there we go. If you remember, there was a big kerfuffle around Cardinal Donald Wuerl. I believe he.
Was he one of the cardinals that was accused of sex crimes, or
say again?
was he another one of the cardinals that was accused of sex crimes?
Yeah.
The name sounds familiar.
Yeah, he was involved in one way or another with the cover-ups of the sex abuses, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He was Archbishop of the Diocese of Pittsburgh, and wielded a great deal of power when he was here.
Oh yeah, as they would. No. And I mean, the Catholic Church handled this whole thing so poorly. I mean, you got Bill Donahue, who former president of the Catholic League.
Oh, that piece of shit! Oh, what? Former president? What, did he die?
I want to say he stepped down, but I could be horribly, horribly wrong. But Bill Donahue came out and tried to use a study from damn it, I can't remember the name of the school, but it's a law enforcement school in New York. They found that, I don't even remember what percentage of, I think maybe like a third of accusations were credible against the church. And I'm not exactly sure how they qualified credible, but Bill Donahue tried to say that. It's like, oh, well, I mean, even then, only like a third of accusations are true. It's like, no, Bill, you don't understand how this works. That is just an overall thing. The the number of accusations that were listed in the Pennsylvania thing were all proved to be credible.
Yeah.
They were all demonstrated to be credible. Period. End of discussion. So there is none of this, oh, well, actually only a third of them. No, all of them.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
know,
and by the way, it looks like from the Catholic League About page, Bill Donahue is still running the show.
oh, damn it.
Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
Wishful thinking that he'd step down. But, you know, I'm fucking, all these bishops and cardinals are just having some of the most awful reactions possible. Pope Francis, if any of you remember, when he was hosting that sex abuse summit at the Vatican, you know, the day before the summit started, he was supposed to meet with victims of priests.
Yeah, yeah.
He stood them up.
Yeah.
And, you know, later on, actually, it was the next day as the summit was starting, he said, one cannot live life accusing the church. It's like, did you just call for victims to shut the fuck up? What is wrong with you, Francis? You're supposed to be the cool pope. What happened to that? Turns out you're as much of a clown as the rest of them. Potentially worse, actually. You know, because there's this new law that, you know, requires there to be a system of reporting accusations. But the one thing it doesn't do is require these reporters to go to secular authorities. Just requires internal investigation. So it's a case of meet the new boss, same as the old boss.
Okay. Tree is asking what a diocese is.
Okay, a diocese is a political unit of the Catholic Church. It's sort of like, okay, if a parish is a city, a diocese would be a county, more or less.
Yeah, kind of.
Well,
I was just looking up the Archdiocese of Chicago just because I was curious about it, and they said that it oversees 336 parishes.
Yeah. So yeah, you have the
And
diocese overseeing
yeah,
multiple, and I
what
I,
I sorry.
I forget, as I say, Ben. You may have said it, and you may have said it, and I may have forgotten it. Who oversees the diocese?
uh,
It's
the
usually a cardinal.
no,
I mean, what
No,
unit
the
oversees?
bishop of the diocese. I think the cardinal is over an archdiocese. I could be wrong. I'm looking that up now.
okay. Yeah, I'm not so good about the whole structure thing. But basically, I was just trying to get an idea of what they were worth. I found kind of an old article that said the Archdiocese of Chicago had assets in excess of $1.8 billion, and also mentioned that they had paid out 130 million in child sex abuse cases. And that was not anything to do with courts. That's just how much they had paid the families to shut people up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have to look this up for the heck of it. Having lived in two dioceses in my how many?
Okay, so I'm looking up I'm on Wikipedia, so grain of salt may be necessary here. But in descending order from the top is Pope Cardinal, Moderator of the Curia, Chaplain of His Holiness. Well, His Holiness is another name for the Pope. Papal Legate, Papal Majordomo, Apostolic Nuncio, Apostolic Delegate, Apostolic Syndic, Apostolic Visitor, Vicar Apostolic. You know what? I think nope. Okay, I'm getting this right. Vicar Apostolic, Apostolic Exarch, Apostolic Prefect, Assistant to the Pontifical Throne, Eparch, Metropolitan, Patriarch, Bishop, Bishop Emeritus, Diocesan Bishop, Major Archbishop, Primate. That amuses me. Primate. Suffragan Bishop, Titular Bishop. Holy fuck, this is way more than I thought there was. You know what? Just ignore all of that because that's a weird list.
Although I think it really does bring back what Diana was saying about the MLM structure.
Oh yeah, yeah. Except everybody at the top in the Catholic Church is obscenely wealthy. Bishop, bishops upward.
Yeah.
Ridiculously wealthy people.
Okay, this is Og and Fu. Okay, what I'm seeing here is that the Diocese of Cleveland and Pittsburgh are approximately the same size when it comes to the number of Catholics they think are in there. In both cases, it's about 2/3 let's see now. Diocese of Cleveland is 677,000 Catholics. Diocese of Pittsburgh, 632,000 Catholics. Here in Pittsburgh, diocese includes 188 parishes, 225 churches. I don't know what the difference is. In the counties of Allegheny, Beaver, Butler, Greene, Lawrence, and Washington. Cleveland, 185 parishes, 22 Catholic high schools, 3 Catholic hospitals, 3 universities, 2 shrines, 2 seminaries. More beef. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, I see that over there. Let's see if I see that. Okay. I seem to have got an answer to my question. I was wondering what was just above a diocese, and it appears that we have an ecclesiastical province which subsumes multiple dioceses. So the province of Philadelphia subsumes Pittsburgh, and
Yeah, morning,
province of
Rudy.
Cincinnati subsumes Cleveland. Where when?
Nerdy Rodent just came in.
Hi. Yay.
All right, so a really simplified hierarchy of the Catholic Church is Pope, cardinals, archbishops, bishops, priests, deacons, and then all the way at the bottom would be the laity. And the laity is everybody. Yeah. Dead air. Still dead air.
No.
No.
Yeah, so a little bit of a
Okay.
pyramid scheme kind of thing going on with the Catholic Church. Except instead of going door to door, people just have kids and they keep going that way.
Yep. You got to get them when they're young. You got to get programmed in before they can really think about what it is.
Like, I mean, that's literally the only reason that I really ever considered myself Catholic. You know, and is because I was younger and more credulous because I'm a kid. You're gonna believe what the grown-ups tell you. It's kind of a evolutionary drive is to just accept what the big people tell you as being true.
Yeah, I think it was from being the youngest in a big family that I always got contradictory answers, so without evidence, I couldn't believe anyone. I mean, I'd go ask 4 or 5 people the same question. I'd get at least 3 different answers.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it's funny. On a couple of my criticisms videos, I get comments from Catholics who seem to have no clue at all what their own beliefs are. Like specifically with the Eucharist, I had one Catholic come and leave a comment saying it's a mini exorcism.
Huh?
Well,
yeah, I was waiting for you to say something, Diana, because
wait. Let me see if I got this straight. The Eucharist was a mini exorcism?
Yep. So this person thought, no, that's not at all what it is. Okay. At most, you could consider the Eucharist a miniature confession because it has the power to wipe away the body and blood of Christ, supposedly the most powerful thing in existence, can only wipe away venial sin, not mortal sin. Figure that one out.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Well, I think it goes to the thing again that from my personal experience, most of the atheists and pagans I've met have read the Bible. Most Christians I've met haven't.
Mm-hmm.
That, yeah, it's really from an outside perspective that I realize how few Christians understand what their own religion says.
And then, as far as the Bible is concerned, when it comes to Catholics, I think fewer Catholics have read the Bible than any other denomination.
Probably.
Yeah, Catholics really don't put much stock into the Bible. It's all the magisterium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, according to Catholic doctrine, the only parts of the Bible that are meant to be taken literally are the 4 Gospels. That's it.
Wait a minute. The epistles don't get counted?
The way I was taught when I was younger was just the Gospels.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But the Gospels is all that literally happened. Contradictory accounts and everything.
That's interesting. Now, I take it that you were in the Catholic Church at a later date than I was.
Absolutely, yeah.
I've been an ex-Catholic for something like 40 years.
Yeah, I haven't even been kicking around that long.
So do you remember the 2 readings, the epistle and then the gospel? The epistle being one of the letters, or a reading from one of the letters, and then a reading from the gospel and the next reading, or do they not do that anymore?
Well, I mean, it's been 10 years for me, so I would imagine yes, it's the same. Back when I was still a Catholic, it was that, yeah.
Okay. That's why I took a start when you said that they maintained it. And the gospel was the only. The gospels were the only.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the epistles. I mean, those are all pretty much letters between um, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. You know, and yeah, I mean, it's just like different people in different regions asking for spiritual guidance. At least as far as I can recall. It so it's not really describing happenings. You know, some
Well,
of some of it's going to be more like thought experiments.
moo. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and the Gospels are actual, literal happenings following the life of Jesus, according to
Yeah. Which I
the
was going to say.
perspective of the writers.
Because when you really look at it, if you want um, to assign truth value, if you will, to uh, parts of the New Testament, I would actually rate the epistles at a higher uh, truth value than the Gospels, especially the Pauline epistles. Well, those that the consensus actually hold that he actually wrote, because what is I think there are 13 epistles attributed to him, only 7 of which I think are considered authentic. Yeah, and it was basically letters from Paul to the
Yeah.
various congregations.
I think I've learned more about the Gospels from Apologia and Vice Rhino than I ever did when I was Catholic.
Uh huh. Yep.
Hey, shit. Oh.
And at least when I was there, it's like they didn't encourage you to read the Bible. I mean,
Right.
they didn't outright discourage it, but they would just kind of rather nobody read it and just, let the priest read it to you so they could, put it out in the sections that they were interested in you seeing.
Yeah,
yeah.
pretty much.
But it's whatever gives you better light, or a better, um, however they want you to see it. I mean, like
Yeah.
going back to talking about abortion, one of the big favorites of Christians to bring up from the Bible when arguing against abortion is um, before I made you in the womb, I knew you. It's like,
Yeah, I've heard that argument.
okay, so hang on. You Christians love telling us atheists to look at it in context while you blatantly ignore context. If I'm remembering correctly, that's from the book of Jeremiah, talking about the prophet Jeremiah.
Yeah.
So,
Memory serves, that is. And if anything, they are extending that to all of humanity because of,
fallaciously.
yeah, because the one reference from the Sky Daddy to Jeremiah.
Of course,
Yeah.
I also grew up with the Jews telling me that you stole our book, you really shouldn't be using it.
Well, I'll tell you what, I kind of agree with the Jews on that one. Um,
Because they kept pointing out all the translation errors in there, and
yeah,
and
yeah.
one of the things that was pointed out many times was that virtually anywhere in English version of the Bible has a number in it is probably a mistranslation because
Oh yeah,
the Jewish there were very few literal numbers anywhere.
yeah. Well, weren't
So
I
like the
mean,
thing about like Noah being 600 years old,
I was
well,
just going to head there.
yeah, no, that wasn't there. They didn't really give his age. It was just kind of a vague time reference that he was very old at that point.
Yeah, and like when ancient Jews would say 40 days and 40 nights, that was actually just an idiom for a really long time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because you got that the 40 days, 40 nights. You got the 40 years of wandering. Always that 40.
yeah,
So it had to be a mistranslation somehow to get to the 40.
yeah. And pretty much anywhere the number seven showed up, the closest it ever came to being a literal number was referring to a moon phase.
Okay.
That it was about 7 days because it was about a quarter moon.
Moo.
There's one in particular I'm looking for that I personally think is amazing. Okay, hang on, about to get it. Okay, another one in favor of abortion that is wildly out of context. What will I answer when called to account? Did not he who made me in the womb make them? Now, let's talk about context. What do you think the context of that is? This is Job 31, verse, where is it? 14. Don't look it up, you cheater.
I want to read it.
Cheater.
Okay, 31:14.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I have the wording done well. Okay, what will I do when God confronts me? What will I answer when called to account?
Want to take a crack at? I'm assuming that you're looking at the specific verse and not the whole chapter overall.
No, I
Yeah.
just went there to read 31:14.
I don't know. Every time I get in these discussions, I just find out how much more of what I was taught was wrong.
Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. This has got to be Job speaking, right?
Yeah. Chat, do you have any ideas about the context? No cheating. I would say I'll know if you're cheating, but I obviously won't. I am not omniscient, though I like to pretend to be.
Would it have anything to do with Job's fealty to his God?
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and read from verse 13. And this is where the context comes into play. If I have denied justice to any of my servants, whether male or female, when they had a grievance against me, what will I do when God confronts me? What will I answer when called to account? Did not he who made me in the womb make them?
Okay, so it's
Ah.
About treating your subordinates fairly.
yeah. I was just trying
Out
to
of
find
the
the
like,
right words for it.
it amuses the ever living piss out of me. It really does.
Well, they'll take anything that sounds good and twist it
Oh
to their means or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's just another form of quote mining.
Yeah. Yeah, except they're doing it to themselves instead of us, which is an
Yeah,
interesting thing
but
to
like
think.
you say, they chop it off at just the right point that it fits the narrative they're trying to pitch.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, what the hell? I mean, if you want to make the argument that I need to look at the Bible in context, and I should, if I'm going to make any argument about it, I really should. So should you. Christians, so should you.
That
Yeah,
was.
I am kind of feeling that's been so long, I probably need to go back and reread it, but I dread the task.
Tell me about it.
I mean, it's been like 30 years since I read the Bible, so,
Yeah.
realizing that I'm not remembering it that well and I'm getting a lot of parts mixed together.
Last time I tried to read the Bible from Genesis 1 to Revelation, whatever the fuck it is, was first time I was at uni, which was mid 70s. Trying to think here. This may have been 1974 when I tried to do that.
Yeah, it's when I discovered all the atheist stuff on YouTube, but, you know, going on 2 years ago when I had my surgery, um, I was going through Kate's back library, and she had a series in there where she was reading the Bible. And it's like, yeah, she didn't even get halfway through it, and she just couldn't do it anymore because it was just so ridiculously boring.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know how Hugo and Jake have been doing it for years now. I don't get it.
Yeah. My problem with the Bible is the lack of internal consistency. I've got a great capacity for suspension of disbelief in sci-fi, as long as you make it consistent within the universe you've outlined. The Bible needed a good editor.
Oh, well,
Get one.
you have to understand that the Bible isn't a book, it's an anthology.
Yeah,
And it's a very, very badly assembled one.
Yeah.
but that's what I mean. It doesn't seem all the stories are taking place in the same universe.
They're not. They are truly not.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Um,
at least if you get a collection of Star Wars books, they're all going to follow the same basic ideas.
and they're going to bridge.
Yeah.
The second book is going to bridge back to the first, just to let sort of bring you up to snuff, if you will.
Yeah. Or at least cross reference some characters so you know who was alive at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's Revelation 22:21. It's the last verse. I had to look that up. I have to try to remember that one.
See,
I already said the only use I had for a Bible was when I ran out of toilet paper in a hotel.
actually, I get the feeling that the Bible paper would not make for good toilet paper. I could be wrong.
No, I agree with you. It'd be very stiff and uncomfortable at best.
Yeah.
That's what I forgot to do. Did you, by any chance, when we were in Kentucky, did you look for a Gideon Bible? Because I forgot to
No,
look.
no, actually, I didn't look for it when I was in Kentucky. But last time, my last convention in Minneapolis, when I opened up the drawer, there was a Gideon Bible and a Book of Mormon.
Oh, yeah. The Mormonites are getting around to doing that as well.
Now, see, I've always felt that when I travel, I should leave a copy of the Wicca Guide for a Solitary Practitioner in there.
There you go. What I would love to do is, if I had the money, I would buy up enough copies and distribute copies of the LaVey book, the Satanic Bible. That joke.
Yeah.
Because I have read that one cover to cover. God,
No, I haven't read it. I'm only familiar with what other people have told me about it.
yeah, it's a fucking joke.
Yeah, but it was meant to be a parody.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's another thing, that, yeah, I didn't get that with the Satanists for a very long time. That they were not actually taking it seriously.
Mm-hmm.
So real quick, I want to talk about a piece of mental gymnastics Christians have to do with abortion. Who's familiar with the test for an unfaithful wife?
Oh,
Oh yeah.
prescription on how to perform an abortion. Yes, yes, yes.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, taking your wife
Numbers.
to the priest and having the priest give her the bitter water.
Yep.
Is that numbers? Is that numbers
5,
5?
11 through 31.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't remember
So,
which book it was in, but I remember the passage.
yeah. So I was looking it up for my most recent video that's part of my Redux series, and I'm going to go ahead and post the link in the chat here, over on YouTube, I should say. And when I was studying for that video, because I wanted to be sure all my information was correct, I'm not going to just use old information and assume it's right. And I came across this apologetic, and it was interesting to watch
I
the
can't
author
wait.
bend over backwards for it. It was spectacular, the gymnastics this person had to go through. They tried to say, well, it's not actually an abortion happening because it's not an abortion when God does it, and because it's God cursing her womb, it's not an abortion.
Oh, that is so tired.
Buddy, drinking this water and the curse, which it's just poison.
Yeah.
Be honest about what it is.
I mean, it's the same. It's the same dirt that has had animal blood poured all over it. Yeah.
Well, and okay, don't they always refer to a baby as being a blessing from God? So shouldn't it be that if a woman got pregnant, that means God already approved that?
Yeah, you would assume. But because hubby got jealous, you're getting a not abortion that actually is an abortion, because causing a baby to miscarry is an abortion. And
yeah, but at the same time, they're against the morning after pill, which does the same thing.
Yeah. Come on. Grow up, guys.
So, really,
well, my argument has always been that, I see these bumper stickers that say God is pro-life. And it's like, well, if we have free will, it's because God gave it to us. So God gave us the ability to choose. Therefore, he's pro-choice, or we wouldn't be able to choose.
Yeah. You would assume that, but we're talking about a God that allegedly, he totally didn't because he's not real.
Right.
Aborted the world once.
Yeah.
Retroactively, in fact.
Yeah. So Christians, that partial birth abortion that you're totally against.
Oh man.
Not just that, but with people that were already born for decades.
And listen to them stutter when you pull that one. Yeah.
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 Well, and not just the people, but how is it that every species on the planet needed to be wiped out?
Yeah. Okay. I regret that I have made men. So, what about the cows? You didn't
what
mention
about the giraffes and elephants? What did they do to piss them off?
Yeah, seriously, couldn't God have just done the Thanos thing and snapped his
Yeah.
Everyone he didn't like is dead?
Oh my word. Nerdy Rodent said guns don't kill people, floods do.
Oh, see, what Sodom and Gomorrah? God was going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, and who was it? I can't remember the name of the dude.
Lot's wife.
Lot. Yes. No, Lot.
Yeah.
Who was it that was talking to God and was like, "Oh no, let me go in and see if there are innocent people."
That was Lot bargaining God down, if I remember correctly. Yeah, if I find or
Omniscient
people
God
find
knows
10 righteous
everything.
men, and
Yeah.
that whole bit. Yeah.
Omniscient God knows everything, doesn't know there's an innocent family. You see how your argument's
Yeah.
falling apart? Come on.
Hmm.
Chris, do better. You're doing a piss poor job here. So piss poor it's laughable.
Yeah. Well, and again, like, he couldn't make fire rain down from the heavens and just miss the 4 or 5 houses that had families who were obeying him.
Yeah. Or once again, Thanos, do the snap.
Yeah.
Wipe out the people you don't like. Why does it always have to be a show? I think God's got a thing for the flair for the melodrama. So I think God likes Broadway.
There you go. And then
You
the
think
other
God
fun
likes what?
one.
Broadway.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
The other fun one
Well,
here.
the Catholics pretty much, take that.
Oh yeah.
A Catholic High
man,
Mass is pretty
Catholics
much a Broadway
love-
show.
They love their show.
Yeah, having been an altar boy through a couple of those, man, every move is choreographed.
Yeah.
Yeah. My sister had the full Catholic wedding,
Oh.
and it was actually performed by the cardinal because the cardinal had been the priest that had married my parents, and he had been promoted to cardinal by that time.
Interesting.
So yeah, had the whole 3-hour mass for the wedding. It's like, yeah, I could have really missed that. And
Did that have the 3 celebrants, or was there only the one cardinal running the show?
no, there was the cardinal had 2 assistant priests. I'm not sure what
Okay.
their
Oh,
level
so
was.
yeah, that was definitely a solemn high mass. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And something that I know is going to cause both of you to groan at the same time. Christmas Mass.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah. The
2 hours long if it was short.
the midnight mass. That's it. I couldn't remember. I
Oh,
was thinking the vigil, but that's Easter. That's the Easter vigil. But the Christmas midnight mass. Oh God, that was all pomp and circumstance.
2 hours
Somehow I
long.
always managed to get out of that. I never did the midnight mass.
And they didn't turn on the air conditioner. So people are crammed in there like sardines more than usual because
Oh my word! So you've got a
and
couple.
they didn't turn on the air conditioner. So on top of it being way too long, it was also piping hot.
Because okay, I'm going to guess at the number of people. Would you have had, say, a couple of thousand people crammed in there?
I don't know if the occupancy was a couple thousand. It definitely
No,
was.
that might have been Saint Ostentatious.
I mean, it probably could have comfortably seated 300. But on midnight mass for Christmas, we managed to squeeze in 400 or 500 people.
Okay, let's say you've got 400.
Awful.
So that's 400 100-watt light bulbs, because the basic person radiates about 100 watts of heat. So you've got 40,000 watts going in there. That's about
It's hot.
that's about 40 hair dryers blowing on you. Yeah.
Yeah. And let's not forget, we're all dressed real nice too. So
Yes, absolutely. Because it's all about the clothing and impressing the audience and all that shit.
Yeah.
Oh man. The church that the Slimy Bastards grew up in, that my grandparents, Babka and Detko, attended throughout their lives, would put on a big production, which included the whole pageantry. You had the whole Christmas play going on as part of the thing. So you had the little shepherds and Mary and Joseph and the kid and all the bullshit integrated in with it. Oh, it could easily be 4 hours worth of shit all night.
Yeah. And I was a kid when we would go to these. I was a kid. So you got this little 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 year old kid that is not accustomed to staying up till 2 in the morning, being kept up until 2 in the morning. Actually, it was more like 3 when we finally navigated our way out of the parking lot, and because it caused traffic, it was close to 3:30 by the time we got home. So I'm going to bed sometime around 4 in the morning at
Yeah,
6 to 12.
I like I like what Nerdy says. Midnight Mass was okay as a kid. You got to sing some carols and then get an early Christmas present, pretty much. Um, in the
As long as it
household,
wasn't from the priest's.
in the household in which I grew up, the Christmas and the Easter eves or vigils or whatever you wanted to call them, they were both the whole thing where you would go to church and then you'd come back and you would have a meal when you got back from church, and then you would sack out, and then when you woke up, you would have breakfast, and then open presents, and then you would have. There was always food, shitloads of food. Well, they were a bunch of Slovaks. What do you want?
Yeah. Well, that's the way my family always does things too. It's just always way too much food.
Yeah. I mean, why do you think I'm as big as I am? They got me primed when I was a kid.
Have you not seen my gut? I'm not a small dude either. Come on. Well, you're not a dude, but you take my meaning, Diana. God damn.
Say again?
I have a gut too.
Oh, okay. Now the question is, though, do you weigh as much as I do?
That's
Well, he probably does, but
I
he's
was
probably
raised. I was raised to not ask a lady how much she weighs. That's a trap.
Well, the
Yeah.
lady's going to tell you the last time she checked, she weighed in at 235.
Yeah, I outweigh you by about 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Bub, you're also what, like 6 inches taller than she is?
6'1". So
Oh, okay, I thought you were a bit more than that.
Wait, 6'1",
uh,
you say?
yeah, 6'1".
Oh, okay. So you're, let's see, about 4 inches taller than I am.
Okay, so I have a little more body to distribute it around. So
Yeah.
proportionally, you win, I guess. Is that really? Is that the hill you wanted to die on?
I don't know.
You just wanted a hill to die on, didn't you?
It fucking amazed me, though, when I found out that Aaron Raw and I tipped the scales at the same value. Were we on the opposite sides of a balance, it would be even. It was like, holy shit, I weigh as much as you do. I gotta lose some weight, man.
See, there was one thing my family did after church every Sunday, and I absolutely loved it. We would go to this literally just a little shack that seated 15 people at a time, grand total. But they had amazing breakfast food. I fucking loved their French toast. I would kill for that French toast again. But the place is closed, so not happening. Pancake. Right now.
Yeah, Sloth Girl actually got mad at me. What?
Now you got me thinking about food.
Yeah, Sloth Girl actually got mad at me that we went to Kentucky and we didn't bother to go to Waffle House.
God, it's been decades since I've been to a Waffle House. When was the last time I was to a Waffle House?
I didn't know Waffle House was even a real thing. I thought it was just like a generic term that they used in movies.
No, that's a real thing.
Yeah.
The last time I was in a Waffle House was in Milwaukee. Oh, God, this would have been about 85.
Yeah, I'd never seen one in my life. I guess it's just because All the area I lived in, it was always IHOP was the big thing.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
If,
when I grew up, it was IHOP in Cleveland.
see, if you want to know what it's like to eat at Waffle House, I want you to imagine eating in a place that doesn't look like it's been cleaned in 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and after you're done eating, good night, Trev. After you're done eating, a couple hours later, when it's passing, it's a slab of fatty shit coming out of you.
Okay, so yeah, a Waffle House would be the breakfast equivalent of a White Castle.
Yes. That White Castle is coming out of you like a fucking inferno.
Night, night, Tria. She's
Night
probably
Trail.
way gone by now. But yeah. Oh, man.
It's
And
not
what's
pleasant.
the horrible thing about a White Castle is that you're sitting there and you could eat six or eight of these things just while you're sitting there. And then you regret it a couple of hours later.
I'd eat a dozen. And I really regret it a couple hours later.
Yeah, they don't call them sliders for nothing.
Oh. No, they slide right out of you, but
Yeah.
it's like fire, but there's shrapnel going out first.
Well, we always got that pack that was like 20 of the White Castles and like 4 or 5 order of fries.
Okay.
And between three of us, we'd polish that off.
Cleveland had White Castle for a short time. Let me see. The first one came before I left, and the last one closed. Oh man, maybe after my sister died.
In
So that
South
was
Minneapolis, there is still the building from one of the original little White Castles, the actual white porcelain building that
okay.
they've declared it a historical preservation now.
I was going to say somebody had better declare that a national, state monument or some shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's a porcelain building should be a commentary on
Yes, that should tip you off. Yes.
Well, that was the whole cleanliness factor thing that the founder was after, wasn't it?
Yeah, but the White Castle in my town, at least last time I was in there, didn't look very clean at all.
Well, yeah. It sort of went to shit easily. Okay, the headquarters is Columbus. That's what I thought. Oh, wait. Is that White Castle building number 8 in Minneapolis? And it looks like a fucking castle.
No, I don't know the building number, but yeah.
Yeah, I got a picture of it here. That's the picture that the Font of All Knowledge put up. The castle-like features mimic Chicago's water tower pumping station.
You know what's amazing? Less than 5 minutes ago, we were talking about religious apologetics and counter apologetics
Mm-hmm.
portion.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about fiery shits because of White Castle.
Yep. Now you know.
Leap.
Now you know what a Mensa meeting was like back in the old days when it was fun.
No, now I know what it's like to be Scott Bakula in Quantum Leap. And I've dated myself.
Hey, I know that program.
Oh, I love that show.
Hey, chat, tell me if you know what quantum leap is. Show of hands in the chat. Who knows what quantum leap is? Come on, YouTube side chat.
Yeah, if you know what quantum leap is, type 1.
I thought it's supposed to be H, but wrong channel.
Oh, it's
Okay.
F for respect.
Um,
But yeah, click 1 if you press 1 if you know what quantum leap is.
yep. Yeah, you were right, Diane. It does list as building number 8. There it is.
Okay.
Hey, Robert knows.
Robert knows. Dave
Okay.
knows.
All right. Yeah, apparently the chat's closer to my age than I thought.
Yep.
That's the one.
So, yep, that is one of the original White Castles on Lyndale in Minneapolis.
Spooky nose. Part of me wants to call Spooky Spoopy because I'm a child. And
Man, I love the way it looks like the whole thing was built around that White Castle.
Actually, there used to be some buildings closer to it that got demolished.
Okay.
They actually opened up the area around it.
that's amazing.
Because there used to be apartment buildings that were like, 3 feet away from it.
Mm. So, if you lived in that apartment building and had insomnia, you could just go down to the White Castle at 3 a.m.
Well, it hasn't actually been a functioning White Castle, for as long as I'd lived in Minneapolis, so it must have shut down sometime in the late 70s.
Okay.
I don't really know what it's being used for these days.
For teenagers to have sex and do drugs.
No,
Throwing that out there.
there's actually some kind of little business that runs in there, but, it's never been abandoned. It's always, been a functioning building. It was a taco stand for a while.
Okay, the picture that I got out of the Font of All Knowledge has a sign outside the building now. R.L. McPeck Goldsmith Castle Accordion. The Castle Jeweler.
Okay.
Now, whether or not that is what it is today, I couldn't tell you because I
Yeah,
don't
what year
know.
that picture was taken, I don't know. It's been 10 years since I was living in Minneapolis at this point, so.
Dead air. I'm just gonna start saying that when it gets quiet in the live stream.
Yeah.
Be that jackass.
Oh, that's okay. It just takes a bit to catch your breath sometimes.
Yeah, I guess you could say, Robert, that it has improved.
Oh, I was telling Critical that they were tiny hamburgers, and he's asking tiny by American standards or the rest of the world. I'm not sure what the standard size hamburger would be in Britain.
When I was over in Germany, the hamburgers weren't quite as big as we have them here. Like I'm not talking McDonald's little shit hamburgers. Those don't fucking count. Partially because they don't use real fucking meat.
Yeah.
But when I make hamburgers, those fuckers are huge. Absolutely stacked.
And then, again, things have been downsized. McDonald's back in the 50s, the hamburgers were a quarter pound. That was their standard hamburger. Now they're down to like an ounce and a half.
Yeah.
The quarter pounder isn't a quarter pound anymore, and it's a special order.
Yep.
But when I make hamburgers, the patty's going to be about that big.
Yep.
Cooked at low temperature so the outside doesn't get charred, but it cooks thoroughly. Delicious.
Okay, I I'm trying to get an idea of how large this dinner plate is.
I don't know. I'm thinking a White Castle hamburger was only about 3 inches square.
That might be about right.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can egg this fleeg here.
So, yeah, for you metric people, that would be like 7 or 8 centimeters.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can pick this up,
Oh, yeah, I see it.
we've got the 3 hamburgers on the plate, which I'm guessing is about 9 inches in diameter,
Yeah, I think that's about right.
about a standard sized dinner plate. So yeah, that would make those burgers maybe about 3 inches each.
I'm hungry, so those look delicious. Just take the pickles off because I fucking hate pickles.
I'll take your pickles.
You can have them because I hate them. I'm not one of those weird people that drinks pickle juice. Definitely don't understand that.
Okay.
Okay, let's get that out of there.
I mean,
I'm
okay,
sorry. Just before the stream started, I took a swig from the olive jar. So,
that's weird too.
Olive juice, I'm not much for.
Either way, isn't it vinegar that's been having these things soak in them for a while?
yeah,
Yeah, pretty
it's
much.
mostly vinegar.
Oh,
Now,
oh,
what I really liked, there was a place in Parma. Slimy bastards used to stop there to pick up food on the way back from the store because she almost never cooked because she was always at the store. I give her that one. But you'd come back late at night. Koopmans was about the only place open. We'd pick up whatever, and they had the best goddamn pickles on the face of the earth. The liquid in which they were packed was more brine than vinegar, and this left the pickles with the really white flesh.
Yeah. Well, there are different sorts of pickles. And
Mm-hmm.
like the Clausen pickles that you find in the refrigerator section of the grocery
I
store,
know them very well.
yeah, those do not have vinegar. Those are in a brine.
Okay, I thought that was the case because those are about the best store grocery store pickles that I've ever had.
Yep, and that's why they have to keep them in the refrigerator case because without the acidity of the brine, they don't preserve as well.
Now you're making me want to go and buy a jar of Clausen pickles.
so I'm looking at Twitter right now, and I don't know if anyone's heard of Mr. Bear. It's a weird name for a channel, if you ask me, but he makes some good content. Why I gave up religion, reason 836. Michael studied art with me at college. His laugh sounded like a car trying to start. He died of HIV in 1999. Some of my Catholic family members said HIV was God's way of calling them.
Yeah. Yeah, I've certainly heard that argument enough times.
Uh-huh.
In Catholicism, grand.
Oh, I love it so dearly.
Well, and again, it's the whole thing of if God didn't want them that way, why did he make them that way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, seriously. It's a good question.
Oh, and they always bounce it back that it's your choice. It's your choice. It's like I had a choice to be like this. If I were to choose, I certainly wouldn't choose this. Okay.
Yeah, who would choose to be a member of an oppressed minority?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, especially an oppressed minority where there is a legal defense, thankfully in fewer states now, that like trans panic defense is a real thing in some places.
Yeah, it are.
You were trans, I'm going to panic and kill you. What the fuck?
Yeah.
That's a leap. How about you?
From what I got, that's still in about a third of the states.
Yeah, that's just wrong.
And
No,
there
you
are
should do it yourself.
there are the states in which you can be denied medical care
That's
if
wrong.
it turns out you're trans. I was just reading an article yesterday about that.
Well,
Um,
unfortunately, now there's the thing that doctors can deny someone medical care if it's against their religious beliefs.
yep,
Those people have no business being doctors.
Yeah,
right, absolutely.
Anyone willing to let another human being suffer that has the ability to stop that suffering is a garbage human being.
yeah,
Oh, and by the way, this all loving, wonderful, all good God, garbage because he allows suffering.
yep.
I do like what Tracy Harris had to say at one point, and I think it was about child rape, but it
The
applies
difference
just about
between
anywhere.
me and your God is that
Yeah, say again.
the difference between me and your God is that I would stop that.
Yes, that's the one.
Yep. Tracy's awesome.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I have a lot more. Well, yeah, okay, you're going to hear it from me. I have a lot more respect from her than I for her than I do for Peoples. Because Jen Peoples and I have gone at it. She does not like me.
See, the problem I have with Jen Peoples is that she's a centrist. No, she's one of those Bernie bros. Anyone that likes Bernie is a Bernie bro. She's one of them.
Strangely enough, that's where we got into it.
Oh yeah, critical Dave, Mother Teresa, fuck her. She is a garbage human being. She ran these less than slum hospices that weren't really hospices because hospices will give you medicine to alleviate your suffering while
Yeah.
you die. She just let you suffer, you know,
Because
literally let you lay in
for
bed,
the soul.
shit, gave you a bucket to shit in. She's garbage. And by the way, when she got sick towards the end of her life, world class healthcare.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I thought suffering was godly. I thought it was a good thing. Why didn't you suffer? You should have suffered.
I like the story that
Squalor that you put people through.
I like the story that Hitchens would tell, where he was called to the Vatican. They asked him to be the devil's advocate when Mother Teresa was up for sainthood, and he said it was what was how is it he put it? That was the only time anyone ever represented the devil pro bono. But I guess they actually had him list Mother Teresa's sins. They're going, he had written that book. He had written the book. So who better to ask? And of course, they ignored him anyway. So, what are you going to do?
Well, because the Catholic Church didn't want the shit she put people through to come to light. Oh, look at this good saintly woman. They used her as, she's not a child, but basically the poster child for the Catholic Church. Oh, look at the good we're doing.
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah, to show off how good their missions were doing all around the world.
Yeah, when really it's some of the most abject squalor that I don't have what it takes to imagine. Yeah, good job, Catholic Church. Fuck you.
I'll be right back.
Yep.
Time for the little girls' room. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Well, and especially in India, of all places. Like the last place that the British held on to being a colony. It's like, yeah, they were doing the indigenous population a lot of good there.
Yeah,
Oh,
Dave, I don't know anything about her wanting to stop, but yeah, I don't know. I would hope that her humanity would have her realize this is awful. We are torturing people to death, literally. You know, but I don't know. I honestly think she had it good enough that she was able to overlook it, and that's why she kept going.
I hadn't actually heard that she wanted to stop, so I'd
Yeah, I'd
have to
have to
find
look
out what
through
the source
that.
of that was.
Dave, if you can put the source in the chat, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, that's better.
But yeah, I should have hoped that after some period of time she would have had at least some mixed feelings about it.
You would hope that as soon as she saw the conditions these people were in, she'd have been like, "No, this is no, no." You know, we're talking about the wealthiest institution on the planet. You know,
Yeah,
the Catholic Church is, believe it or not, more wealthy than Walmart,
yeah.
which
Well,
is something. You know,
I guess you could say that the Catholic Church, literally has more money than God.
yes, and they have a higher income than quite a number of countries. They exceed what the GPA of quite a few countries is.
Mm-hmm.
B, because GPA is grade point average.
I'm sorry.
You're
Yeah,
thinking gross domestic product.
yeah, that's what I meant. But yeah.
Okay,
So
so
considering they don't really have a population to support and they've got that income,
Well, yeah. I mean, they do have a permanent population, but what is it? A couple of hundred? Uh,
yeah,
I'm
okay,
interested now. 1,000. So it says.
12 years ago.
okay, yeah, that's a fairly small town. Oh, I gotta set down my mic for a minute.
Okay,
Oh, look at that. Allegedly, no, this can't be right, can it? 3-star hotel averaging $89, 5-star averaging 137. Um, I didn't know that you would have a hotel there.
I know I'm reading the article that Dave sent. So, I'm not. I'll read it again, but I didn't see anything about her wanting to stop more or less torturing people with these fake auspices. Having doubts about religion is not a terribly uncommon thing.
Oh, the doubt about faith. I'd seen that before. Yeah.
Yeah, it says nothing about wanting to stop running these. I don't know. I can't think of a word good enough to describe them. But yeah, no, it's. Yeah, she's awful. The church she represented is awful. Dead air.
August 2007. That was about the time my sister died.
Hmm.
Strange connections. What can I tell you?
I need another water in a minute. Here, everybody, look at a kitten.
Somebody's all sacked out.
Yeah, I've been working him to the bone. Poor little guy.
Yeah, I was going to say, you people didn't have to wait for me. You could have carried on the conversation while I was gone.
I keep forgetting to ask, what is that plant that you've got there? The one that. Say again?
It's a cactus.
Okay, fine.
Name's Cornelius.
So since you got it, it outgrew the pot it was in. You had to repot it.
He was looking kind of cramped, so I figured I'd get him something a little bigger.
Yeah, if the roots get too bound up, it's not good for them.
Yeah. I'm gonna grab a bottle of water real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, he is sacked out. He didn't move.
Oh, doorknob head came in. Hey, doorknob. Now he realized Daddy was gone. He had to go follow him. Oh. Okay, so what was that you were looking up hotels for?
Oh, I don't know. When I looked up the Vatican, it said something about a 3-star hotel at $89, and it's like, wait a minute, is there actually a hotel at the Vatican?
Is there?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to look.
Somehow, it wouldn't surprise me if they have a hotel there to cash in on the tourist trade. They'll say it's for religious pilgrims or something like that, but
Okay. From what I'm seeing here, it appears that there are no hotels within Vatican City, but it is ringed by a shitload of them.
yeah.
Yeah, you have to be a fairly high-ranking member of the church to live in Vatican City, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so not exclusionary at all.
I wasn't sure how complete it was as a city, if it had anything else in it beside the church.
Oh, let's just for the hell of it.
I see Jack abandoned you pretty quick.
Mostly it seemed once he noticed you were gone, he hopped down, so I thought he went to follow you.
He did. He's a helpful little guy.
So,
All right, the entire.
oh, I actually had an announcement that I didn't make.
Hmm.
Well, yeah, the wee hours of last night, I hit 200 subs.
Yay! Yay! Yay!
So
Yay!
I'm
Yay!
now at
Yay!
201. And that was apparently, well, 200 was, sarcastic bartender.
Where are you getting that, Doorknob Head? I never. Vatican City was a thing centuries before Mussolini was alive.
Well, I guess the formal definition of Vatican City as it exists today was drawn up in 1929. Yeah.
Hmm.
It had many incarnations prior to that, but yeah, that's the current one.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
looking.
doorknob, you might rephrase that. So, yeah, and Vatican City and the Catholic Church uh, made some deals with the Nazis to make sure that they didn't damage it.
yep.
Um,
There's one thing you want to be known for. It's doing deals with the Nazis. That's a good look for history.
Yeah. Well, that's how you show your moral authority, isn't it?
Yeah. By begging and scraping with literal fascists. Also, Nerdy wrote it and is saying that you're our Dom, Purple. How do you feel about
okay.
No, I'm not a dom.
Let me get all this going here.
The only BDSM relationship I was in, I was a sub, and I couldn't really be a dom. I had trouble giving the dog orders. So it's like, maybe for like a role playing scene, it's like I could play a character, but it wouldn't really be me.
Okay. The Vatican, as it exists today, was founded on the signing of, let's see, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 between the Kingdom of Italy and the Holy See, settling the Roman question, in quotes. Let's see what that was. Okay, it was a dispute regarding the temporal power of the popes as rulers of a civil territory in the context of the Italian Risorgimento. It ended with the Lateran Pact between Victor Emmanuel III of Italy and Pope Pius XI in 1929. So, yeah, a dispute over who had power where.
Yeah, I kind of wondered how it was that they managed to, get the acreage in the middle of Italy and declare it an independent country.
Yeah, it was carved out of the Papal States.
Yeah.
that? So how you digging that joke I made there in the chat?
Why would a celebrity necessarily be a switch?
Well, because they dom their fans, but they're a sub for their bosses.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I like that.
I got a lot to work out here. I got it.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know if I could ever do that kind of relationship again. It would require meeting a very special person. See, there's a big difference between, if it's something you just do in the bedroom and if it's something you do as a 24-hour lifestyle.
Yeah, I don't think I have the endurance for a 24-hour lifestyle. No, so probably just keep it in the bedroom.
Yeah. And that's, I don't think I'd ever do it as a full-time really. It's fun to play games. Everybody does different kind of role playing.
Huh?
I've got too much of an imagination. I get bored easy, so have to switch things around.
Oh, so I watched what is it? Tu Wong Fu for the first time about a week ago.
Oh,
It was a delightful movie. I enjoyed it.
yeah, it's been a few years since I've seen that.
Yeah, never seen it before. Yeah, I mean, back in my Catholic and Republican days, I was not terribly open-minded, so that's why I didn't watch it back then. And in the last few years, I just never thought of it. So, like, the only reason I watched it is because I saw Netflix has it now. That's it. Now, turns out, really good movie.
Yeah, it's fun.
And I'm gonna say this. Shit, what's his name? Shit, can't think of it. Not Swayze, not Snipes. Who's the other dude?
I'd have to load up IMDb. I'm terrible with names and especially celebrities.
Damn it, I need to know. It's gonna drive me up a damn wall.
Yeah, that's why we have IMDb.
I know, right?
Well, see, what gets me is that I don't recognize faces, but I will recognize voices. So especially like in animated stuff, it's like I'll recognize the voice and then I've got to figure out, what character in what other movie this was.
Come on now. Try to not shit the bed, computer. I know you can do it. John Leguizamo. I promise I can say his last name. John Leguizamo. Really convincing as a woman. Like, really convincing.
How long until the Catholic Church produces a Jesus hologram and claims it's really him? Yeah, don't give them ideas.
Yeah, it's a bad idea. Real bad idea.
Yeah. I could see that in them, fitting a projector on the Pope Mobile.
Oh. Okay, so this was about a month ago. I was talking to my nephew, and as he does occasionally, he just out of nowhere starts talking about Catholicism and shit like that because that's how his douchebag father is raising him. And I'm like, okay, Colin, convince me. Why do you think the Catholic Church is right? Why do you think Jesus is real? And he's like, well, because there's a Jesus at the front of the church.
Okay.
Like, hang on. Are you talking about the statue of the guy hanging on the cross? Yeah, that's a real guy. You think.
Okay.
Now, he's 9, so I don't know how much you can fault him, but even at 9,
Okay.
I knew it was the statue. You know,
Okay, less than 10 years old, I'll give him some slack on that.
yeah, it's like you think that your church took a guy, nailed him to a piece of wood, and left him hanging at the front of the church. Yeah? And you want to worship that? Do you see how that's a bad thing?
Yeah, if I saw somebody nailed up in front of a building, I would consider that a warning to stay out.
Yeah, and get as far fucking away as you can. I mean, Jesus. Like, why would you? Oh, dude. No, that is a gruesome crime scene that you run away from.
Yeah.
Not go there every Sunday and, drop $1 in the basket. Yeah.
That's another question I've always had is that, if God is omnipotent, why does he give a fuck about anybody worshiping him? If he has all the power he could possibly have,
Well,
what does he get out of us piddly little dust specks praying to him?
The Abrahamic God has narcissistic personality.
Say the Christian God is a narcissist. Is that it?
Yeah, that's.
Well, as a pagan, I could work under the idea that, the gods were kind of projections of their followers. So the strength of a god was based on how many people were following them. Was just kind of a theory I worked on while I was pagan.
It's an interesting theory, and it's how the game Black and White worked.
A friend of mine had that. I never actually got to play it.
It was enjoyable. I tried being benevolent so many times, but I went evil real quick.
Well, from what I heard, pretty much that was the way to win that game. That being evil was a much easier and quicker win.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when you realize that you're facing off against a much more powerful, malevolent god. Yeah. I don't know. It depended on how I was feeling, I guess. I enjoyed it though. I loved that game.
Yeah, I don't really play computer games much because I know I can become obsessive about them and just waste way too much time on them.
See, I don't play computer games because my laptop couldn't handle it.
Yeah, well, the computer I have probably couldn't handle any of the current games either, at least not without a serious memory upgrade.
Does anyone else get the impression that Diana's using a keyboard that's all the way back from the 90s?
Yeah, she special ordered it.
Yes, I did. I bought the keyboard in 2015 or 2016, but it is a current model of a keyboard that dates back to the 80s.
Wow.
It's a Unicomp. They bought the rights to make the old IBM Model M keyboard, and I've been using a Model M for decades. The last Model M I had was old enough to drink, and I had bought about 6 of them from somebody on eBay years ago, back when eBay was actually an auction site. And over the years, I had gone through them, and they quit working one by one. Because I think I had bought those half dozen computers, keyboards, maybe about 20 years ago. One by one, they gave out. When the last one gave out, it was okay. I'm not going to go and get a membrane keyboard or anything like that. I can't stand them. I found the Unicomp site. It was only $85 for the keyboard. Really not a bad price for what I got. And I expect the keyboard to outlive me.
Wow.
We will see.
And if you take good enough care of it.
Yeah, I don't have the appropriate machine up, so I couldn't tell you exactly when I bought this thing, but I think it was 15 or 16. It was either at the time I built the older machine or right after.
Well, that's still the one good thing about eBay. Even if it's not actually an auction site anymore, it's still a good place to find parts from things that were abandoned 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Actually, I had to just do that a couple of weeks ago. The motor went out in my mom's dryer.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah, that dryer is from the 1970s. I found a new motor in box for it. But hey, better off replacing it. That one, all the parts are still steel instead of all the plastic gears now.
Oh, hell yeah. The older stuff was built to last, and it did.
Yeah.
It does. Well, talk about eBay. I actually got this thing. I did have to buy 2 and assemble them into one, but this is a Revereware drip coffee pot. The FSB actually had one.
Yep.
And I think this one was made back in about 1968.
I've taken that routine a couple of times too of buying 2 or 3 broken items of the same model to piece them together.
Yeah. Because one of them had a broken strainer and a lid that was missing the knob at the top, to lift it open. But with the other one, I combined the 2, and everything was fine. And I'm going to have to degrease this thing one of these days. Because in the kitchen, it gets a little greasy from all the grease flying around.
Yep. Hey, it's a lot worse if you have a deep fryer.
Yeah, which I don't have. I haven't done very much frying lately. But I threaten to fry the cat. Yes, I do.
Oh, don't do that to Kitty.
No, I wouldn't do that. She wouldn't taste very good. She's looking at me.
Especially her, she's so scrawny.
Yeah. There's no meat on those bones.
Yeah, Sloth Girl's cat, yeah, she's about 3 times that size.
Okay, then. Okay, somewhere around 18, 20 pounds, something like that.
I think she was 18 pounds last time we heard of the vet.
That would be three of Sylvia. Last time I weighed Sylvia, she weighed in at about 6 pounds.
Yeah, I haven't weighed Sammy San, but I think he's probably 8 or 9.
And I have a feeling that the food that I got when you were here, you pointed out the bag to get and everything. I have a feeling that is going to last until the presidential election.
Oh, she's going through it that slow.
Out of that 5 gallon jug,
Yep.
she's eaten about 3 inches of food.
Yeah, that's I haven't really checked it, but yeah, between the two of ours, one of those bags does last several months.
Okay. I mean, she's eating as much as she wants to eat because the food is freely available. I don't do the thing of a specific dinner time. It's just much easier just to leave the food freely available. And she doesn't overeat or anything. She's not fat, as you can tell.
Well, that's what I found that, with most cats, once they get the idea that the food will always be there, they usually don't overeat. Most of them, it's not an issue.
Okay, so that's about the end of the coffee at this point. I'm gonna have to go to bed soon anyway, so when I finish this coffee, that's when I will go night night.
Yeah.
I will get the blood drawn and all that bullshit and get that out of the way.
Yeah, part of the reason I think I'm going to outlive most of my family is that, at least on my father's side, almost all of them died of either weird accidents or something related to do with alcohol. And most of the accidents could have been blamed on the alcohol.
Okay then.
So as long as I only stay home when I drink.
I almost feel bad that I don't know the family history as far as the propensities to various diseases, conditions, and modes of death. But what are you going to do?
Yeah. Well, on my mother's side, the Scandinavian genes are good. That's both of my mother's parents lived well into their 90s, and 3 of her 4 grandparents lived into their 90s. So considering the, better diet and all that I had growing up, I think I've got a better than average chance to beat 100 on that score.
Okay. Well, if I am lucky, I will not see 70. We will see.
Nope, we're keeping you around. You're not getting out that easy.
Oh, come on. I am truly going to be disappointed if I have to live through the final descent of the U.S. into a fascist totalitarian state and, let's see, watch the coasts go underwater and, all the other bullshit.
Hey, that gives you the perfect attitude to be a suicide bomber.
I don't think I haven't thought of it.
Why don't you just go in and take out half the Senate?
It's just a matter of fact. And this one's going to get the men in black listening in, probably a knock on my door. I think I've said this before. I have had the thought of getting a movement together of people who are going to die or are dying of unaffordability of treatment would be the best way to put it. And they simply cannot afford the treatment for whatever conditions they have, and they are going to die because of that. Get a busload of us, at the appropriate time, and all of us just commit suicide on the Capitol steps simultaneously.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Republicans would take that as a win. They'd be like, "Oh, look at we don't have to pay for healthcare now."
Yeah, there you go.
So they would go full Professor Hulk and be like, "I see this as an absolute win."
And that's the trouble. They would see that as that way. They are just that
They're awful people.
shitty. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Let me get the old coffee here, and I will have, instead of dunking a cookie into the coffee, I'll dunk the kitty into the coffee. How's that sound? I like it.
I'm about to head off of here. I just want to show one thing before I go. So, Perp, if you would be so kind as to,
Yep.
show what I'm going full screen.
I can't read the text.
Okay, we're gonna see what this says over here.
So it's an alien interview, and the human is asking, "So why do you keep abducting and probing our people?" And the alien responds, holding up the I can't remember the name of the thing, but
Voyager disc.
yes, the Voyager disc. You sent us unsolicited nudes, a mixtape, and directions to your home.
Okay.
I'm liking it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send that in the chat. That's just too good to keep to myself.
Or in Twitter, one of the two there.
I may have to take a copy of that.
Yeah.
I'll have to post that on Facebook.
Oh, shit. This is so good. I love it.
Oh, the fun is,
Hi, Jack.
There was another good alien one I saw that, it's got this flying saucer and the two aliens there, standing there talking to a guy. It's like the guy's holding a Bible and the aliens are saying, "Oh, yeah, Jesus? Yeah, we know him. When he came, we gave him a box of chocolate. He shows up every couple of weeks. What did you guys do?"
okay.
Oh, where is it? Now I can't fucking find it. There it is. And it's in the Twitter chat.
Okay, so if you put it in, it'll turn up
in America.
a minute and a half.
Don't forget thoughts and prayers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love memes. I don't know why.
It's really weird though. The only dick pics that I've been sent have been from another trans woman who demanded that I respond in kind. It's like, I don't think so.
No.
No, I've never sent one and never gotten one.
I have. All right.
Well, I mean, there's certainly nothing wrong with, sending one to your girlfriend or whatever, but it's only a problem if you send them to somebody who's not expecting it.
Yeah, that is a problem.
Well, the thing is that I don't get how anyone thinks that a woman is going to swoon over a picture of a penis that isn't all that impressive as far as penises go. Uh,
Beauties.
Yeah, that's a problem with the male egos.
nah, like you show me your dick, I'm gonna laugh. Okay.
See, I know my penis isn't terribly impressive. My balls, however.
Okay.
We'll take your word for it. We don't need to see the evidence.
I'm almost.
Sure.
I'm almost hoping that someday someone would send me a dick pic and I could reply, "Hey, Jack, I'm a lesbian."
Oh.
Now, the best response if somebody sends you a dick pic is just the LOL.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch. That's bringing out the big guns, like right away.
I bet they don't send a second one.
Oh no! Be lucky if they don't hang
Give me
themselves.
over here.
No.
You actually, Doorknob Head, I saw you do that one on Twitter. The thing about dick pics, and he
Yeah.
posted a picture of Nixon.
Yeah. No. But yeah, I'm gonna hop off here. It's almost 6 in the morning.
Okay.
See you later.
Okay, good night.
Good night. You be good.
Yeah, Diana, you said you had tests, so we should probably have shut
We
this
should
down before this.
probably, yeah, because it's like you say, it's almost 6 a.m. I might get a couple hours nap and try to get in there around lunchtime or some shit like
Yep.
that, you know.
Yeah, nerdy. I put up that clickbait thumbnail because people said I'd get more views if I showed some boobies.
Oh my! Is it the photograph or is it the cartoon?
The photo.
Okay.
Was that last week or the week before I used that one? I don't remember now. Yep, the blue-footed boobies.
Yeah, I like the cartoon with the boobies and the tits.
Yep. Okay, well, appreciate y'all showing up. So I am going to disconnect this from YouTube now, and everybody have a good night, good morning, good afternoon, depending on wherever it is you're living.
Something like that. Thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
Doot, doot.